Run when the rhythm's right. Go into the night. Go until you're out of sight and you're out of my mind. Run when the rhythm's right. Go into the night. Floating as the river flows, easy as it goes to the ocean. So walk on by, I've got no reason to love you, but I do, I do, I do. So walk on by, I've got no reason to love you, but I do, I do, I do. Show me colors of the sky, but all I see is gray. You lost me when you lied. Promise me, but you never tried. Secrets in your eye, you go and run, I'll hide. Show me colors of the sky, but all I see is gray. You lost me when you lied. I don't ever wanna be crowned, just another prize. It breaks my heart, heart, breaks my heart, 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 breaks my heart, 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 breaks my heart, 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 breaks my heart. Lost in the midnight blue shadows of the moon. Here with open arms for you, feeling something so new. Said with me you'd reach the sun. Oh, but we were so young. Love me till the summer's done, but keep me in your heart, so I hold on. So walk on by, I've got no reason to love you, but I do, I do, I do. So walk on by, I've got no reason to love you, but I do, I do, I do. Show me colors of the sky, but all I see is gray. You lost me when you lied. Promise me, but you never tried. Secrets in your eye, you go and run, I'll hide. Show me colors of the sky, but all I see is gray. You lost me when you lied. I don't ever wanna be crowned, just another prize. It breaks my heart. Colors of the sky, breaks my heart. All I see is colors of the sky, but all I see is colors of the sky. Colors of the sky, but all I see is colors of the sky. But all I see is colors of the sky. Colors of the sky, but all I see is colors of the sky. All I see is colors of the sky. Me to the ground now, and somehow I feel like you don't know me. Shook me to the ground now, I don't even know how. Brought me to a life that you never showed me. Coming from a locked up ghost of your sound, but you're coming from the light. There's more to you than you ever thought there was. Yeah, you're coming from the light.
All right. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome. I always wonder, is that all right too loud relative to the music? Who knows? Whichever way.
I have been told I'm too loud, particularly at night and in the morning.
I mean, we talk about that in a little bit. For now, though, to you, one and all, I say right here, right now, hello, friend.
Hello, friends.
Oh, God. How's that actually going, everybody?
That wasn't even that loud.
It wasn't even that loud. It was a little loud, though.
Not even teacher voice.
Little loud. No, it was great. One nice thing is we have a limitation on the microphone, so it can't get so loud that it causes distortion. Okay. It will still be loud, but anyway, hello everyone, how's it going?
People are trying to go to sleep.
Possibly. Yeah, definitely some people will spend their time like listening to us while we go to sleep, or they go to sleep, and last week, Baby Game, no good for that.
Oh.
Yeah. All right, that's not, no more. Klaus, it's good to see you, my friend. I'm sorry to read that you're not feeling terribly well.
That sounds terrible.
Strep throat and passing out the doctor's office. Any particular reason you passed out? We have a friend who, if he even thinks too hard about blood, will pass out. And so when he has his blood drawn, when he sees violence in movies, he immediately passes out. And you can imagine how well that goes on first dates.
Yeah, I went to see a movie with him, and he lies on the, so we're watching, I think it was Doctor Strange we went to see. And then he just decides to get up out of his chair and lies on the ground in the movie theater, which you can imagine what that's like.
Yeah.
And then he comes up after a little bit, and I'm like, are you okay?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's what he does. It works. Anyway, hi, Jim.
Kind of gross.
How's it going? Pepper's good seeing you. Blue Link, welcome in today. How are you, Act 6?
Did I go on a trip? Oh, I did go on a trip. I was like, what Nom's trip?
That'll come in time.
I was reading.
Gotta read the order.
I saw the word chip, and it made me think of chocolate chips, so I got a little bit excited.
You have chocolate chips upstairs. Do you want them?
It's true, I do. I've been hoarding them, though. They're American chocolate.
True. All right, here we go. Delamuka.
No.
You're great. Hello, Delamuka.
Hello. Oh, Sakutera.
How's it going today, Dead Beef? Always a pleasure to see you. We said hi to Axe already, so.
Chiplerone! Chocolate Chiplerone. Hello.
Hello, Two Freak. How are we doing today? Alright, we screwed down a bit. Board games, a pleasure to see you as always. We got here a...
Oh, wow. Ben Ham.
Benham. Welcome, my friend.
Oh, it's Benham, not Ben Ham.
I have no idea. I say Benham. It might be Ben Ham. No doubt. Sausage Giraffe, welcome, friend. I'm glad you're all here today. It's always a bit of joy having good old Nomsless on a lovely Saturday morning here. Nom's work week is done, and so on the weekend you're going to
party,
do more work.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah, it's I get to do work without meetings interrupting the work.
That is very nice.
That's the weekend.
So Klaus says the doctor thinks it's probably a vasovagal. Vagal. Yeah, I thought so.
That's your
the big one. Yeah. Episode. Yeah. On the way to the bathroom, and next thing you know, the doctor's on your shoulder after you're all right. I'm glad you're all right. I know anytime that one passes out, there's always that concern about what we would hit on the way down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, this is a familiar occurrence to me, so I'm...
Oh, it's true. Noms does pass out from time to time, and she refuses to go to a doctor and talk about it. Even though we've talked about this quite a bit. It's important.
I think I just have low iron or... something like that.
Or blood pressure.
But my blood pressure is generally normal.
Some kind of brain problem or...
But I've also always been lightheaded as a kid.
It's true. Anyway.
And when I've not had it, it's because I've been on iron supplements. Donate blood.
Maybe you should do more iron supplements then.
My God. Just pain in the butt.
It's...
And so expensive. That's really what it's about.
Wait.
I don't like paying for iron pills.
Are iron pills expensive?
They're not that expensive, but getting iron pills that are vegetarian.
Oh, I see. So if you get like blood in a pill form, you're fine. Cheap, no worries.
Well, I think what makes it expensive actually is the gelatin. Most
Okay.
vitamins have
Gel tabs, yeah.
Yeah, even
Yeah.
if they're hard vitamins, they usually have some gel.
I see. How about eating more quinoa?
Oh, I like quinoa.
We could do that. I don't know if it's sold many places here, but
Yeah,
we could find it for
our,
sure.
Our little local international grocery
Oh,
store
that's right.
has
It does.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, we could cook with a cast iron pan. That gets iron into food also. Absolutely. You could lick the cast iron pan, possibly. All these things good.
I once fell from one of those, like, oh my. The movable auditorium seat.
Possibly risers.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hopefully not bleachers. That's like the worst place to
The-
pass out if you're a child. Dun, 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 dun.
Possibly so. Yeah, so what should we start with today? You said you have topics.
Black beans. But I like talking about food. So,
All right.
quinoa and black beans sounds actually delicious. Maybe we need to go to more Mexican places.
Yeah, there aren't that many here,
Oh,
but
edamame has iron. This place is crawling with edamame.
crawling, she says.
It is. Oh, Blue Link fell off the side of it.
Not down and forward, but
Oh.
off the side, yeah.
It's terrible.
Yeah, it does not
really
sound pleasant,
terrible.
especially for a kid.
Yeah.
I know that it's someone writes a passage for some kids to pass out at their first choir concert because they get
No,
nervous
that's
and
right.
stand with their knees locked and they're like, oh, I don't feel so well. But of course I don't. I'm performing, and they fall over and
See,
yeah.
I lock my knees all the time, but I've never felt like that.
I don't know why I pass out all the time. Nom said I lock my knees constantly.
Because I've heard the thing about not locking your knees. I've never understood. But I do have, my knees go back further than most people.
Whoa, eugenic freak.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like if you look at my legs, like my knees go back farther than.
Okay.
So I don't know. It's called, I think, hyperflexion or something.
Hyperflexion. Okay.
It's not like terrible. Oh, happy Passover. I also realized it's Easter weekend.
Yeah.
I was listening to the news and it was like, in observance of Good Friday.
Yep.
I was like, oh, it's Easter weekend.
It is Good Friday.
We
so-
would never know here.
So if you celebrate those things, I hope they go well for you. I realize good is a somewhat misnomer there. It's not a big happy celebration, but I
Yeah.
hope it's a
Yeah.
important day for you all, for sure.
Yeah.
And
Actually,
Passover the same.
yeah. On my trip, actually, we went to, like, one of the we visited a school, but one of the things the school has is like an English learning center. And you walk in and it's like an American children's section of the library is what it felt like. I told everybody, I feel super American in here.
Yeah.
Because they had like book reports, and so all these kids had like read a book and wrote a book report in English about it, and
Uh-huh.
that was up there, and there were all these like places in the world, and it was just very American looking. But on one of the shelves, they had some Easter eggs just as decoration, and I said, "Oh, I guess Easter's coming up, huh?"
Yeah, that's true. It's true. Japanese don't really celebrate that kind of thing. We had the Spring
not here
Fest,
at all.
the
Yeah.
Spring Festival. I think there were some like Easter candies at the grocery store recently.
I've seen bunny things, but
yeah.
it's also You're the Rabbit.
It's You're the Rabbit. It is.
But
It is.
maybe they just rolled out the rabbit stuff again. They're like, we can use that mold again.
Maybe so. That said, some of them had like nice pastel colors that
Yeah, it's true.
suggest Easter kind of things. In the same way, like there seems to be a holiday section in the store that is always seasonally changing. It's a very
Yeah.
small section, but
Yeah, I could
Yeah.
totally see like the Japanese market deciding, yes, we need another reason to have special editions of things. I think they like special editions of things.
They
now,
do.
Which is great because I like special editions.
you do. Collectibles are your jam.
Jam.
If only they had some collectible jam. That'd
I know.
Be
I
your
was thinking. I don't
collectible
actually.
jam.
I mean, I do like jam. I was gonna say I don't really like jam, but I do. Like of the various condiments that you put on toast, like jelly versus jam versus preserves, I think I like jam the most because, like, my mother was a preserves person. Because it did not. It was like it seemed the most close to natural. I think is why she liked preserves.
I see.
Americans, of course, are jelly people. And so I had a jelly phase when I was in middle school because I wanted to be like, what is this thing that all the Americans are using? This jelly thing that I've never had in my life, right? But jelly is just kind of like, it's like Jell-O that you're trying to smear onto bread. Not great. So I like jam because it's nice in the middle. It
Is it?
still resembles fruit, but it's cheap. Unlike preserves, which are expensive.
Are they? Yeah, honestly, I have like no team in this one. I don't have any special preference. Like, honestly, if you had said to me, Resorty, please explain the distinction between jelly jam and preserves, I would not know what to tell you.
Oh boy.
Like, I know that they're all available in the same area of the grocery store. I know they're often fruit flavored. I know marmalade is a thing also.
Marmalade.
But I do not know any of this. Pumpkin Pie, it's good to see you, my friend. Italian, welcome in. Hello, Slivers! Welcome, for sure. First thing I tell you, in the military, in boot camp, is never lock your knees at attention. Yeah, we got a similar thing, which is not quite the same, but in marching band, when we'd have to stand there with our giant instruments, we were told not to stand at attention with locked knees because that sousaphone you're carrying is worth more than you are. And so,
Oh.
yeah.
But I was in band. I was not taught that.
Well, your instrument was a tiny little flute, and
But I was never told not to lock my knees.
no, we were told very directly to repeatedly. Yeah.
I've been told to. I've been given the direction to like lift your kneecaps in yoga, but I think that basically means like
I'm not trying to lift my.
flex your quads, like
Oh, okay. I see. Yep.
because it's I think it's a way also of.
Got it.
Minnie
would like the explanation of jam, jelly, preserves. So pectin goes into how many of them?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe jam and jelly?
Maybe.
Yeah. I know jam is somehow not just fruit. There's something else in there. I don't know, but it's something else that's some sort of... It cuts it to make it cheaper.
We can't give you that pure fruit.
I
Is
think,
it
I think,
water?
No, I think jam and preserves have similar consistency, but I just know that preserves are more...
I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need to get my grandma here. I need to get my grandma on
Oh, yeah,
Zoom.
because I bet she's made it.
She had a big old berry patch in the backyard. She had a grapevine. She would grow and make all these things out of smushed up.
There you go.
Yeah.
Pepper did some research for us.
Pepper, thank you for the Googling. Jelly is made with strained fruit juice, no pieces of fruit. Jam made with mashed fruit, preserves with whole fruit or large pieces. So you're a no pulp person.
No,
you're
it's
some
not.
pulp.
Yeah, I'm a some pulp person.
I see. Is that the same on your orange juice preferences
Yes.
also?
Yes. What? I was so adamant about it.
Emphaticness of the yes.
Yeah.
Preserves
yeah.
have less sugar. Okay.
Oh,
okay.
that's so my mother.
Yeah, your mother was strongly opposed to too much sweetness.
Yeah, she thought, which is ridiculous, right? I was gonna say, she thought American food was too overly sweet. And I was like, and now that I'm here, I'm like, wait, Japanese food is really sweet. In fact, most of Japanese food is somewhat sweet. Even the things that are salty are sweet.
Now, she was not from Tokyo. She was from a rural area. Is it possible that rural areas had different flavor profiles?
Yes. Also, she came to the States in shortly after 1980.
Yeah.
So everything that has happened between 1980 and now is probably not part of her base flavor profile either.
Yeah, which is to say that if/when she comes back to Japan, she might be quite surprised to find that all the things she loves do not exist anymore.
Well, she was here before.
Oh, okay.
She came back for a visit for a few months.
That's true. Hey, Platinum Soul, good seeing you, my friend.
I think it's actually the proliferation or the colonization of all these Western desserts into the Japanese market.
Yeah,
Right? So
yeah.
Japanese traditional desserts are that sweet.
Right.
But it's all of these faux European things that have been imported, all the choux creams and the Baumkuchens and the roll cakes and all of that patisserie stuff.
Yep, yeah.
is really quite sweet.
Absolutely.
Okay,
And
now you can talk.
I was saying hello to someone in the chat, and who said US jam is different from UK jam.
Oh, really? The UK Jam is a band. The Jam is a UK band.
Oh, okay. I thought it was called the UK
UK
Jam.
Jam.
I was like, that's not a good band name. But just Jam. Is that
Mm-hmm.
from the same era as the other, single word bands? Like,
The Who?
Devo and
No.
The Clash? That's two words, I guess.
The Jam and late Jam and early Clash, I think, may have.
Cool. Are there any songs by The Jam that I would know?
Yes, there's one called Ghosts. covered by Ted Leo.
Ted Leo. Oh, Ted Leo's great. If y'all don't know the song Ghosts by Ted Leo, or
It's not by Ted Leo.
the rendition of Ted Leo, consider closing the stream, saying, I've got more important things to do in my life, and checking out that recording. I like it a lot. I made Noms listen to it on repeat for, I don't know, probably a day and a half or so.
Yeah, how did you learn of said song?
Noms taught for me. Actually, very sweetly, before we were living together, back when we were just dating a long, long time ago, Noms made me a like Spotify playlist, a mixtape in some sense, of various songs that you really enjoyed, so much I knew, so much I didn't know, and yeah, it was lovely. Thank you for doing that for me. It was sharing something you cared about, and also was letting me get to know you a little bit more. So thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Absolutely. Look at that. That was a nice little moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jam differs by region. I never got into canning. I liked growing my own garden.
Yes.
And sometimes I would freeze the items from the garden, but I did not ever get into canning or any of that stuff because I think I was afraid of heat, explosion, bacteria, all of that stuff, so I didn't get into that stuff. But your grandma did it.
Oh, my grandma did a lot of it. Yeah.
Western jams. For some reason, I imagine Western jams to be like, maybe they all have a little bit of jalapeno in them or something.
So, Oxford, I believe, is... Oh, you're not from the UK, I'm sorry. I think that's in the US, though. I apologize. Because I was thinking, like, Western jam would be like Cornwall. Surely Cornish jam does not have hot things in it. I don't know.
I just imagine that it's like ham, like Cornish ham.
Perfect.
And chocolate.
Perfect. And the pumpkin pie.
Spam.
Pumpkin pies is when they came to US from Norway, overwhelmed by how sweet food is. Yeah, food is quite sweet in the US also. Yeah, I mentioned before that I went to the different. I went to the Coca-Cola Museum in Atlanta, Georgia, and so much of that tour was like taste the different sodas of the world.
Oh.
And some of them were really, really, really awful. Either way too sweet or not nearly sweet enough, or one tasted like moldy fruit. It was just... I should not say harsh words about other people's cultures,
exactly.
But any people who will drink that nonsense and say it's good are wrong.
That's what non-Americans say about Dr. Pepper and root beer, I believe.
Yeah, they taste like medicine, right?
Medicine or like soap.
Yeah. I don't have that experience. They're delicious. Thank you.
I can understand how root beer tastes like soap. I can kind of conjure it.
Yeah, root beer's not super popular here, possibly for that reason.
Yeah.
No, I'm not sure.
So Blue Link is saying that they're kind of jealous of U.S. high school culture stuff like band or theater.
Yeah.
Yeah. Blue Link, I don't know where you're from, but yeah, I was talking to one of the people who teach in the British school system here. Like, so there are lots of international schools that mirror the school system of their home country. So there's one that mirrors the UK system. And yeah, they were talking about how like electives like band or theater work in the UK. How I think they're like total electives. So they have more years of compulsory music education, but then they become absolute like clubs almost, it seems like. So you don't get to choose it as whatever.
I see.
I think so. It's like pluses and minuses. So I think it seems like more people who come out of the UK would be able to read music than who come out of the US.
Yes.
But yeah, there's definitely more of a culture like band or art or theater or choir in the States, I think.
Yeah.
Or shop. And I don't know if UK schools have like shop and home ec.
Yeah, I mean, as you know, there's less and less of that in American schools also. There's been a shift away from like traditional craft work into technology courses.
Yeah, that's true.
And computer classes and so on, which fine, but I think something important is being lost in that.
Yeah.
I miss my drafting class, my hand-drawn drafting class.
Not CAD?
With the the professor was fervently opposed to CAD. He thought that computer-aided drafting makes loses like the human touch, like the important craftsmanship of the product. And so like I think the last section of our course was supposed to be about computer-aided drafting. This is back in 1992 or so. And he said on the first day, this is the syllabus. Those last couple of weeks, you'll be working on your projects. We're not getting any computer drafted in here. And he was a very, very strange man. He knew I was in good with the young, attractive English teacher. And so he would like make awful comments about her. Like, she's pretty hot, isn't she? Like, he's like, what, 50 or so, and I'm 13? Yeah. And he's like, go put in a good word with me for her. I was like, okay, sir. It was so awkward.
That feels like watching Glee or something, right?
Yeah.
Or one of these high school shows. I haven't seen Abbott Elementary. Sounds like that sort of thing.
Yeah, I don't know, but he was definitely a strange figure in my boyhood. Apparently, to make extra money, he went from school to school selling football helmets also, trying to get like the football team to adopt this new football helmet.
This guy really sounds like a character on Glee.
He does. Absolutely sure. Yeah.
I would also be remiss if I did not point out that in the American school system, foreign languages is considered an elective.
Oh, sure. Yeah. I'm sure some schools still, probably Catholic ones, there's an expectation of taking Latin at least.
Latin.
Yeah, in the youngest ages at least. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. There are plenty of kind of Catholic high schools as well as Catholic universities now that don't offer Latin.
That's true. Do our fields exist in 100 years?
Maybe in 100 years we'll have swung back the other way.
I see. Very good.
Yeah, because maybe, watch this transition. Maybe with the proliferation of AI, right, we will begin once again to be able to devote our lives to things like contemplation and things that we want to care about as opposed to work.
Yeah, so labor-saving devices will finally free us from the eternal toil.
Yeah, and so in 100 years' time, maybe we'll be there.
It's a beautiful utopia.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. So this question of AI comes about because I was listening to one of my podcasts this morning, and it's about like the title was like something about AI and why it's not going to like ruin the world or something. And so I said, "Oh, this is one of my favorite podcasts, and it's about AI. Let me listen to it." And it turned out to be an AMA episode, where this
Ask Me Anything.
Yes. And this particular podcast used to be just interview. So like the journalist person interviewing other people about their field of expertise. Now this has turned to ask journalist person anything. And I'm like, I don't, so this is something I don't understand, is why journalist person is running an AMA. Like, they're not the expert on any of these things.
Well, so is the journalist person a specialist in like Ukraine or in the stock market or something that's like big news?
No, he is I think he is a thought leader or one.
Oh, I see.
He is a columnist for a big newspaper.
Okay.
So I can.
Is this Ezra Klein?
It's Ezra Klein.
It's Ezra Klein. Okay.
Like, and I really like Ezra Klein's podcast, but I was so dismayed to see like today. Like I was like, ooh, who's he gonna interview? Talk about like AI and the possibilities, and it's like Ask Me Anything. And I'm like, what does Ezra Klein know about AI? And he himself admits like this is one of these things where. He said, I feel like there's so much to know and it's evolving all the time that I actually don't really have a position on any of this.
Yeah, I mean, I think that anyone who listens to a podcast consistently, cares about or that person's take on it as an interviewer, and so you might want to see the ideas behind the person.
Okay.
Also, it might be the case that he knew the questions beforehand and used them opportunities to go research the topic, because he had an article in the Times last week, I think, on AI. So it's possible he's like, okay,
these are just feeding each other, right?
Exactly. People care about this, and so I can go tell my editors that people care about this. Ha! They'll accept my essay.
Yeah.
I'm always made by people who put out an editorial at least once a week. How on earth they come up with enough topics to just keep the machine going? It's crazy. Real quick, we have an ad coming in 1 minute. So usually,
oh no!
Don't say oh no.
Oh yay! Oh yay! I am looking forward to this ad about Tetris.
Oh, goodness. Ad break coming in 1 minute. Because in the intro still, we're just going to go ahead and keep talking. Don't worry, nothing important, just blathering on about jam and Latin, surely.
Yeah, actually what Klaus mentions about like these classical schools that are evangelical, I think that's a new movement, is that there are these either like evangelical or sometimes they're non religious. What's the word for that?
Non-sectarian.
Yeah.
No, secular.
Schools these secular schools that have like started classical education as a way of like like our education is more rigorous just because we have like classical languages or something.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's a certain elite conception of education
Yeah,
that
exactly.
really appeals to some people. Old things are seen as better things in education often. We used to do it right, and now these progressives are taking over everything and making us a little Johnny can't read and do arithmetic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I wonder if I'll ever change the names I use for little whomever. I use little Johnny and little Timmy always. Susie if I need some variety.
Yeah, I mean, I have often thought about how those are,
Anglocentric.
yeah, let's
Yep,
put it that way.
sure.
Yeah, and so I've thought about that before.
Yeah.
I don't think I generally say little in general. It's not part of my vernacular.
Yeah, I use it to be inviting and silly when bringing up hard topics about education and students and so on.
Yeah.
And actually, here in Japan, I've considered trying to find like some Japanese name that would work okay. But I'm like, if I say like little Tomoko,
And she's sitting there in front of you.
exactly. And so I don't quite know, like, is there a cutesy name I could use that's unlikely any of my students would have? Because
Yeah.
I think that I will have some students named Timothy or Tim, but no one will
Yeah.
say like, "Hi, I'm Timmy." Timmy. You know,
Oh yeah, just call him Baba-chan.
Bulba-chan?
Blah blah chan.
Oh, blah,
so you can
blah.
say like Ken-chan.
All right, because Chan means little cutie.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
like saying little, right? Little Timmy, Tim-chan.
I love it. All right.
Yeah.
I was worried that you were saying like Bulbasaur, the Pokemon, Bulba-chan. I was like, that's great.
That you guys
I want to have
could do
children
that?
so we can name these things. I need some more coffee, so the stream is yours.
Oh boy.
I'm
Oh boy,
multitasking
here we
it.
go.
All right.
Oh,
Have
oh
fun.
boy.
Go to
Oh,
middle
hello. Go to what?
Middle position.
Go. I am in middle position. Yeah, there are some things in chat that I wanted to comment about too. Oh yeah, someone said, oh yes, we are having a riot now. I don't know what we would do in the riot. Maybe I'll go into Oni and I don't know, build some holes. Yeah, someone said that in Argentina foreign language is compulsory and it's usually English, and I've been so amazed and impressed / horrified by how good at English all of the non-native English speakers are and non-Japanese people are who are we meet in Tokyo, right? Because English then becomes like the lingua franca between all of the foreigners who are in Japan. And like I think it's like so presumptuous for those of us who are native English speakers to just assume that everybody in the rest of the world is so good at English and that it's a foreign language to them. But yeah, there's some Argentinians that I know at work, and their English is just so spectacular. And I'm like, this is really kind of self-centered that we just expect everybody to speak English. So yeah. Mr. Board Game says, yeah, I work with people from Chile and their English is really impressive. Yeah. Non-native speak English better than most native speakers. Yes. Most natives don't know there, and there. Yeah. A lot of my students do this thing where when they're writing essays, instead of saying, I would have, they say would of, which, is kind of like it strikes me as a native speaker error in that you're writing the word that it sounds like. But I think I have seen non-natives make that the same error as well. And of course, like, we don't need to be prescriptivist, of course, but and so non-native speakers also do pick up these kind of quote-unquote errors from native speakers, right? Because they hear it, and so you're assimilating that into how you understand it. Yeah, I've one of my little, like, not real pet peeves, but fake pet peeves is the use of were versus was. So if it's an imaginary situation or not real situation, you're supposed to use the subjunctive mood. And so you would say, if I were a carpenter, or I would do da-da-da-da-da, but I'm not a carpenter, right? And so there are plenty of native English speakers who say, if I was a carpenter, right? Which is grammatically incorrect, but, like, everybody says it anyway, so that's the point. But I've heard a lot of non-native speakers pick that up, right? And I don't think it's necessarily worth correcting, because I think it's as someone said, it's a living language, right? So it's gonna evolve, and the way that the grammar works is gonna evolve, and people understand what you're saying anyway. So, okay, so yeah, Kyle says like would of, like that, yeah. Blue Link says, it reminds me of whenever I see this is not my first language when reading a fanfic and basically expect some good prose. Yeah, that's, I don't know if some of you have heard me say it before, but I have a little joke that I play with Riz where if I mispronounce something or if I don't know something, I say, well, English isn't my first language, which is true. And so that's how I pretend to be excused for the errors that I make. Lamore, or Jamor, whose first three letters of their name is Jam, by the way, says, my pet peeve is on accident. Can you explain that a little bit more? On accident. Like you did something, like accidentally? Yeah, can you, as opposed to by accident. On accident, yeah. See, now I'm feeling self-conscious. I'm like, have I ever said on accident before? And Axix, the one that gets me is no more rather than anymore. Like, I don't drink that no more. Yeah, that kind of thing. Now, I am a proponent of what people call positive anymore, which is when you use anymore without the negative, but an implied negative, right? So it's like, I've heard it's common in the Northeast. I don't know where I picked it up, probably from the Midwest somewhere. But it's like, let me give you an example of it, and you can tell me how gross it sounds to you. Anymore, so it would be something like, I really like to eat Cheetos when I was a kid, but anymore I prefer Pringles, right? So the implied negative is I don't eat Cheetos anymore, but now I eat Pringles.
It's vulgarity against the Lord.
I think it's just fine. I think it's a cutesy regionalism.
Vulgarity against the Lord.
I'd take no more as poetic freedom. It does sound more dramatic. I don't eat Pringles no more. No more, I eat Pringles. That does sound dramatic. Maybe I should start talking like that.
Isn't there that, ain't gonna rain no more, no more, ain't gonna rain no more.
I don't know that
How in the
song.
heck gonna wash my neck if it ain't gonna rain no more?
I really don't know that song.
Yeah, it feels old. Would you mind shifting just slightly to the right?
Oh, Maru Maru-chan. The freak talks about Maru Maru-chan.
I don't know who Maru Maru-chan is.
I don't know, but I want to know about Maru Maru-chan.
Yeah.
Is that like little Timmy? Like little round guy? Maru Maru-chan?
Maybe. Freak is...
People did not like anymore I eat Pringles. They said ew.
I mean, understandably. Ekundera, thank you much indeed for the generous Prime sub. Good to have you here for sure, my friend. Thank you.
Oh, and Tone Dedge. That was
Tone Dedge.
first time chat.
That's great. It's good seeing you, Tone Dedge. Hope you have a very good
Hello.
one for sure.
As somebody who occasionally chats here, and I can attest to how difficult it can be to put in your first chat, because the conversation is going and you think you have something to say, and now the moment has passed, and so you go back and you delete what you were going to say, and then you're like, oh, okay, maybe this is good, and then you just type it, and sometimes there you don't get any response, and you're like, nobody read my chat.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard.
It is just how the channel goes. Platinum Soul, thank you for the follow also. We appreciate it. It's a super channel. We appreciate that. This part of the stream usually only happens on...
Oh, Maru Maru-chan. I see.
This part of the chat usually only happens
I
on...
just talk whenever I feel like it.
This part of the channel usually only happens on Japanese Saturday morning, Friday American nights. Other than that, we tend to be a gaming channel, but yeah, it's good having you here.
Yeah, the I forget that in Japan the circle is the blank.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yep.
so in our elevator there's like, and in elevators and in taxis sometimes there's like a little trivia where it's like fill in the blank.
Yeah.
But it's like, it's terrible. It's fill in the blank with the kanji that fit there, and it's like, I don't know why. It's like actual legit trivia that makes you feel bad.
Well, no, I think it's meant to teach people English, and so you can practice your Japanese skills. Because as you know, there are so many kanji that even ordinary Japanese folks don't know. It's a way of keeping people's language skills active.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, I think that's a good kind of useful trivia that is, like you said, more than just like which person was the King of England in 1492.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's cool. Another thing, though,
Hi.
the way in which Japanese folks mark X's, not X's.
Yeah.
Like in a column or what would it be called?
Yeah, like in a grid.
A grid, that's the word. Thank
Right.
you. Yeah, in a grid, if you have like certain conditions and want to say they are or they are not true, in the U.S. we use an X to mean is true.
Yes.
Like it is happening here, yes, and then we leave a blank if it's not the case. Here in Japan, it's not exactly the opposite, but they use a circle to indicate it is true.
Yes.
And an X to indicate it is not true.
Yes.
And so, definitely when I was first here and trying to make sense of train schedules, there was this awful period of, I actually don't understand what's positive and what's negative anymore. And these fun little cultural shifts, figure stuff out. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I would like to return to the AMA discussion a little bit.
Sure.
Just because I have noticed that a number of my podcasts are doing it. So I would like to know whether this is a trend that's happening right now with podcasts, or whether I just happen to be listening to some that are and I know you don't listen to podcasts, so you don't
I listen
know.
to your podcasts.
But I would like to know whether Chet out there has been noticing this as a trend in podcasts. Are people doing more AMAs? Are they using that to like fill podcasts? I don't know. And these are all long form podcasts, so they're like hour, 2 hours long.
Yep.
And so it's not like you need to fill. You can just cut it shorter.
Yeah. I mean, I think that, you know, like I said, I expect some of it is once you hit a certain critical mass of people who are interested in the podcast, not just because of the content. There's I think as Platinum says, there's a desire to have like interaction between the viewers and the podcaster. You know, I do think definitely there's some nights here when I'm not quite sure how to fill time, and I'll say, okay, any questions you got, feel free to ask them, and we'll see if we answer to fill in a little behind the scenes stuff. There's that, you know. I think Sally though hasn't noticed any more AMAs. So
It could be that all of my podcasts are also like cannibalizing off of each other.
oh, it's true. It's true.
Because
Yeah.
I'll notice that they're talking about similar things, and then I'm like, oh wait, you all also live near each other, like you're all in the LA region or something like that, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is like when, you know, Harper's will often have an article on something, and then a month later, the New Yorker will, and then a month later, the Atlantic will. And though it's the case, these are always like big, interesting topics that presumably a lot of people were working on, it feels suspicious. And then I think with your podcast, often if a new book's coming out that's of interest to people like you, one author will bounce from one
Yes.
to another,
Yes.
always and always.
Rick Rubin made the rounds recently of all of the podcasts, including his own.
That's great. That's great. One Free Rewatch has a 1-minute AMA as a channel point redemption. Oh, that's cool.
What's a channel point redemption?
Channel points are a Twitch feature that.
Oh, yeah. I remember that part. Yes. Please continue.
Okay. And then there's various ways that streamers set up to let people use the points. Some people do, you know, if you type in like voice change, it'll be 500 points, and then there's a modifier on the microphone that makes the person sound like really garbled or very high pitched, like a clown. Others will have like some camera filter where if you spend channel points, the camera will go reddish for a while, etc., etc. And yeah, it's a fun way to encourage and reward just pure viewership. Yeah, and like I said, I've never found a way to use them, because I think so often the way the channel points are used in channels is like kind of look at me being a little bit ridiculous. And I'm just not a big fan of that.
I was gonna say, you've never been a big fan of looking ridiculous.
I'm the only person not to be ridiculous here. That's how this thing goes.
I see. You make the jokes here.
That's right. My jokes. Oh, speaking of which, yesterday in class, I had a student present an argument that I had dealt with pretty fully on the class day prior, which he missed. Yeah, and I didn't want to make him feel bad, right? Instead, I wanted him to.
Why did he miss class? Was it because he was playing video games?
Who knows why? Whichever way, though, he asked a question that I'd handled pretty fully last time, and so I turned to the class and said, yeah, we discussed that a little bit last time. Does anybody want to give a summary of what we said? Or if you disagree with what I said last time, feel free to mention that too. And so one of my students raised her hand, and I said, yeah, what do you think? And she put on her best resorty voice, and she started like moving her hands around a lot. And I said, wait, do I actually look like that when I talk? And all the students in unison said, yes. This is why I dislike watching my VODs. I like watching my VODs, dislike watching my VODs, because then I have to see the nonsense I put out on the internet 6 days a week.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's how
I
it
always
goes.
think that GIF looks like you playing the bongos.
Yeah, the resorty typing one. Initially, the first time it was ever used in the channel was someone doing it and saying it looked like someone playing the organ. So I think we think of it as piano playing.
I see. What? I'm sorry, I had a frog in my throat.
It's fine. I try so hard to keep the audio pure and beautiful, making like I'm gonna stop it or turn away until I'm like talking. We appreciate you, Noms. Poor Noms.
Poor Noms.
Absolutely. But yeah, maybe I need a bongos playing emote next. That'd be good stuff.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I can put on my soothing yoga voice. When I took yoga teacher training, actually, they said, don't do yoga voice because it's weird and gross.
Yeah, and you said that when you're doing the meditation portion, when you're supposed to walk through relax your feet and consider the rainbow, whatever it is you talk about, explicitly do not use porn voice.
Yeah.
Make sure it is relaxing but not seductive.
Yeah.
Because you said that.
Apparently, some people can't tell the difference.
Okay, that's enough of this voice. Thank you. We're not having ASMR on stream today. Thank you.
Wait, you didn't put us in that category?
No, we're just chatting. Just chatting is supposed to be right now.
Excuse me. I think it's because I'm trying to project a little bit more. Than my natural, normal voice. But then I've been told not to use teacher voice because too loud.
It's all right. You'll adapt. You'll adjust. It's all good. I mean, I don't want to cramp your style. If you want to talk with your whatever voice you want to use, more power to you.
Yeah, there you go. Telling some woman how she is supposed to talk.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. No, I think it's just there are some viewers who have said that if they hear like clearing throats or mouth noises, it's very upsetting to them, and they will not want to watch anymore. And so I try to keep things nice for them. In the same way that like if you're watching the morning news and someone starts like, it's strange.
I
so
see.
yeah.
I see.
I am the patriarchy. Here comes the patriarchy. Boom. That's how it goes. Yeah. Was there anything more? Actually, I wondered before. I considered not coming back down. I considered staying up there until you came and got me.
But then nobody would be here.
I mean, you could put up the We're Away screen.
I don't know how to do that.
Unfortunate. It's fine, though. You can just walk away.
I'd put Fritz up here. And then he would rub against the microphone, and y'all would have to hear that.
Actually, yesterday, Fritz the cat came in and sat on my feet during stream, and I thought he wanted up. And so I picked her up and put him up, and immediately he panicked. He wanted to come back down. Yeah. Platinum, thank you. I'm glad you like us both. We're us. We're us. Yeah. You just like it when streamers burp on stream. Yeah. I can't. I mean, human noises, blah 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 blah. But I try very hard to. I don't know. I'm trying to be like the best version of me in some respects, and I don't think the best version of me like burps into people's ears directly.
Yeah. So I was at my fancy meeting the other day, and the person to my left, who was one of my contingent, who is a fancy person, burped and it was like a juicy sounding one, and I was like, could you not have contained that? We're at a fancy meeting.
Was it during the fancy meeting?
Yeah.
Or was it like during a meal, or?
Well, they gave us little snacks as one gets when one goes to fancy meetings in Japan.
Yeah.
Right, like in America, they bring you coffee or water. Usually in Japan, they also give you snack cake.
It's true.
And so we were at our little fancy meeting, and then so there was talking. It was like part 2 of our fancy meeting.
Yes.
And they said, oh, please have these things we've prepared for you. Please dig in. And so like there was talking and also eating happening at the same time. And then there was a loud, juicy burp from my left hand side. And I was like, I almost leaned over and was like, did you just burp?
Yeah. would that be like bringing great dishonor on your school? Is it possible you offended these people for the next 4 generations and must
I
go
didn't
and
do it.
make you're part of the community that did, and you are stained by association. We must go make many go men into size and lots of bowing on the floor.
It's possible that maybe it's just not as offensive, but I can also be like, that guy, he's American. Sorry, you're gonna have to.
Yeah.
Speaks better Japanese than I do, but he's American.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely is the case that certain bodily functions here are considered more normal, not to be hidden in the U.S. Sweating, especially, and
Aren't you lucky? What?
yeah,
They know you're prone to get hot easily.
it's true. It's true. But yeah, sweating and then attendant odors that come from that, because Japanese people do not smell as bad in general from bodily odor. It's more accepted here. I still use my deodorant, etc., etc. But yeah, that's so. So maybe it's the case that belching is not considered super rude here. But I don't know, how was belching handled in your family when you were young? At the table, especially.
I don't think people did it.
Okay. Yeah, I can often imagine, like, in households, fathers are often the ones who are towing the line on acceptable behavior most often. So would your father belch at the table, or?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, in that case, it probably is not acceptable in Japanese culture, because your parents are Japanese.
Yeah.
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 Does it upset you to consider this?
No, I was just thinking about, so I just now, but like this is how I think how I was conditioned for purpose. A little bit inside your mouth, you look in another direction to make sure the exhale goes somewhere else, and
It's good. Probably enough talk about this topic, now that I think about it. It's one thing to mention it in passing, another to say, like, I am doing this right now, and let me describe things.
yeah, but what I mean to say is I think that's how.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah.
I think probably similar to the.
You're speaking very quietly.
Because
you're having little quiet voice down here.
Because I'm trying to do this.
Oh, you. If you glance to the left, you can see whether the microphone's picking you up. And
Hello.
Oh.
Hello. It's picking me up. See?
It is.
Wait, I can say check. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1, 2. Check 1, 2, 3.
Yep, that's how I start every stream.
Uh-huh.
Every stream I just say check over and over again, and the Eastern
All right.
the Eastern European viewers say yep, check guy here. Then the next day I say like Irish 1, 2, 3, and the Irish go oh. Come on. Joke didn't quite work out. Whatever.
I'm sure your students enjoy it.
My students laugh politely. Oh, speaking of which, there's a story I've been meaning to tell you all for weeks, and I keep meaning to do so. You already know the story, I apologize. But back when Japan won the World Baseball Classic, the big international baseball event with lots of teams, and Japan beat the US. The next day, I went in and made a joking comment at the start of class to one of my American students about like, hey, how about Japan winning the World Baseball Classics? I knew I wanted the Americans to win. And he went, yeah. And like some really like sarcastic clapping. And then I started sarcastically clapping also. And my Japanese students took us as a sign that they must also be clapping. And so we had a very sincere round of applause for the Japanese baseball team. That started from an American student trying to be sarcastic, and I didn't comment on it. I didn't say that was not expected at all, but yeah. If I want the students to clap, they will clap. So I actually don't know if in Japanese schools there's often like communal clapping, communal expressions of appreciation. Like I'm used to in the U.S. In lower grades saying, "Let's now have a round of applause for whatever," like to thank a guest speaker. There's an explicit "Let's do this," and then you do it. And so I wonder if just the teacher starting it is what's done in Japan instead.
Yeah, I don't know. I've had students give like mini presentations, like where they discuss like what their group talked about, or like one of my students talked about the entire name of the city of Bangkok.
Yeah, Bangkok is a very, very long name.
And we asked him to read all of it, and he did.
Yeah, he's Thai. Yeah.
And then they clapped at the end of that. So I think the students will spontaneously clap. But I think that's the same as in the U.S., right?
Sure.
If somebody gets up and gives a presentation, someone who's not the speaker, then they spontaneously clap.
Yeah, it was happened. We had a guest speaker toward the beginning of the semester who came from like the tutoring center and gave a little talk to the students about like, here's what the tutoring center can do, and stop on by and we'll help you. And when he was all done, even though it was not a good presentation at all, like I actually sent an email to his boss because it was so disastrous. He came off as so smug and dismissive. Anyway, at the end of this, though, he's like, all right, that's all I got. And the students gave him a full, 30 seconds applause. And I said right away, you never clap for me. And they thought,
I thought it, but I didn't say that because it was like first week.
Yeah, I said it as a way of like getting the vibe of the classroom right. But yeah, I'm always wondering like, what is it that causes people to desire to clap? Because I understand once other people around you are applauding, there's the desire to fit in and keep up with that. As you know, I resist standing ovations that are undeserved. If people around me are standing ovation for something that was like middling, I will not stand up.
Yeah, I remember there was one. I don't remember what it was. But...
It was at one of the musicals we saw in Omaha. It was fine. It was not worthy of big standing up. Also, some speech we saw some time back. The speech was like puerile and not interesting at all. And they were like, So, yeah, I want to know though, what causes people to start the clapping?
See, I always feel like there's a moment of awkwardness where the person's like, yeah, okay, so guess I'm done. And then they're just kind of standing there and they don't know. Like, I think if someone then suddenly just said, okay, and so, all right, and then they turned and went to sit down or something, I think people wouldn't clap because there's no time to think about it. But I think if somebody is done and they're kind of standing around, then people are like, oh, this is awkward.
Okay, so clapping is a way of, like, breaking the silence and it's like an obligatory next move.
Yeah. Maybe it's a form of a ritual, right?
Oh, sure. And so we've been indoctrinated into when someone has done something for us, we don't say like, "Hey, thank you." We instead clap.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
And it marks the end of the presentation format.
Yeah. I think there must be like an anthropology of clapping, or an anthropology, ethnography of like various gratitude gestures.
Yeah.
Because I suspect that not every culture claps, but I might be wrong on that. Yeah. Why not something like cheering instead of clapping? Yeah, I wonder if it's a thought that like cheering is barbarous behavior.
It's loud.
It's loud and like not regimented in the same way. Because different people will yell, Yahoo! Good job! Woo-wee! USA! Right? This kind of thing. Which reminds me, there actually is a really regimented way of clapping here in Japan.
I was going to point that out.
Yeah, so like usually when we clap in the US, it's kind of like free, right? Different people clap at different rates.
Freedom in the US?
That's right. It's not structured. Some years back, I went to a comedy show, which was and at the end of a joke, like 4 or 5 people out of a group of 100 or so clapped. And the comedian said, "It sounds like we're frying fish in here." Because it was just like really irregular pops as opposed to like a big round of applause. And that joke was funnier than the joke that had come prior. But in Japan instead...
There's structured clapping at sometimes like ceremonial. It's ceremonial clapping is probably what it is. Right?
Yeah.
And it's to like mark something. So I was at a speech where it was like an end of year. It was towards the end of last year, and it was like a end of the year, like reception and speech. And so like at the end of it, to commemorate like, oh, we've done such a good job this year. Thank you everybody for all of your work and everything. So then there was like ritualistic clapping.
Say what?
Say no.
Say no. Say no.
Yeah, so it can be 1, or it can be like in 3s.
Oh yeah.
There's the wait. I don't. There's some. Yeah. There's some.
Yeah.
It's so there's different kinds of it. But,
yeah, and everyone does it in unison.
Yeah, and you have to know. They're gonna tell you which one it is.
And they're like,
but you have to know.
Yeah, pre-established ones. So I remember asking after we went to the baseball game, how is it that the fans of the Giants here knew not just like the words of a chant or a song, but instead certain clapping routines that seemed fairly complex. And so in the same way, I'm guessing in Japanese elementary school, kids are taught, here are the end of year clap styles.
Yeah, I think there's like 3 basically for any ceremonial thing. So the one I went to was just the one.
The big clap.
Yeah, but could you imagine, like the person I was with, who's Japanese, was, you know this? And I was like, no, what's happening? And she's like, so you just clap once. We're all just going to clap once in unison to mark the end of the year or something like that.
Because can you imagine if there's the say no, and then like one clap comes, and the person who's not used to it is like, well, it's clapping time.
Exactly.
And everyone else is dead silence.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's a cool thing though. I mean, we've said before that here in Japan, there's a lot more like intentional moments of public unison. Where it's not just like spontaneously people start clapping or singing, but instead we are doing this together now.
Yeah.
And it really builds up group cohesion in a cool way.
Yeah, I think people learn the clapping thing in the schools actually, because I think someone said that they've seen a class do it on a train.
Okay.
But I think it's like in sports teams, you know how sports teams get together and they say on 3. Team on 3. 1, 2, 3, team.
Good.
Yeah.
We start every stream with some kind of like
Say no.
Yeah, every single day, and then all around the world, we'll all say no, clap simultaneously. That'd be great. We're not doing this. Yeah. That was nice.
Yeah.
That's nice.
There was something else I was gonna tell you about.
What else you got?
I don't know. I was thinking about maybe I was thinking about how the students here are much more appreciative. Like they always say thank you or have a good weekend or have a nice day like on their way out of class.
Yeah.
And I feel bad because they have to turn in something to me at the end of every class.
Yeah.
So they have to come up to my desk and drop it off. And so I'm like, is this coercive? Like, am I forcing them to say goodbye to me or to say thank you or something?
Yeah. So we talked about this on stream before, but my first semester teaching here, after class, I always turn and erase the board, and then students will line up to talk to me, and that's fine. But as students are filtering out, many students said, thank you, professor. Have a good weekend, professor, like while they're leaving, not in a direct engagement. Mm-hmm. And I thought, oh, wow, this has never happened before. I must be the most amazing professor they've ever had in their lives. They're so happy, not about the whole course, but about individual class days, that they're going to announce like their appreciation. And so on a certain day, I don't recall exactly what we're talking about, but something about like expectations and norms, I actually called it out. I said, for some of you, it seems like at the end of class for a day, you express your appreciation for me. Why do you do this? And one of the students, who is the most like American-facing of the Japanese students, said, because we were taught to do so. And I said, wait, what do you mean? And she said, in elementary school, we're taught that you thank the person who has been teaching you every single day. Mm-hmm. And so I very quickly was deflated, recognizing that they were not especially grateful for me. Instead, it was something they did with all their classes. And it is the people who have been raised in Japanese schools mostly. So you always thank the bus driver. See, this is an interesting thing. I think children are often taught to thank the bus driver on the way to school. But yeah, many of the bus drivers in the United States, like on public buses, don't get thanked. There's some thinker.
I used to do that, and
there's something I don't remember who it is, who argues that we often tend to think of the bus driver as being a part of the machine. And so in the same way you don't thank the bus, why would you thank the bus driver? It's like a dehumanizing mode. I don't remember who the thinker is, though. Exists, you're absolutely right. A certain rhythm you can adopt at the end of a lecture that gets U.S. undergrads to spontaneously clap. Yeah, so I actually did it yesterday because I wanted to see what would happen. We were finishing up a book, and the book is about meritocracy and the way in which individuals rise and fall in meritocratic societies. And so I ended the class with, what Sandel is arguing is we find some way to go past ourselves. We find some way to think of ourselves not as just ourselves, but ourselves. We together, struggling and this kind of thing. Mm-hmm. And I finished on, and that is the task for you in this class and beyond. And I got my applause. And I knew what I was doing. It's intentional. But yeah, it's a certain kind of like, I'm speaking emphatically and slowly and adopting the voice that says, this is what matters.
I think my boss is going to at that.
Yeah. And I think on the end of class periods that are like finishing a book, that are finishing the course, I intentionally do that in hopes that it'll land with them. But I worry, of course, it's just, here comes the applause. Done. Forgot it. We're good.
Or you're just being coercive. I worry about
sure.
being coercive.
I mean, I think it's still a free choice. I'm not saying you will clap or you will die. I mean, I think we've talked before that I don't think that encouragement is necessarily coercive. I don't think that nudges are necessarily coercive. I think there's like some gradation between unforced choice.
Do you work for Amazon? Or maybe Meta?
I mean, I am a independent contractor of the Amazon Corporation. I get a what's it called?
That's right.
10 whatever it is form.
Yeah, no, I was just like, just putting an advertisement and suggesting that this product exists is not coercive.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's a really interesting question where that line is. It probably is culturally mediated in some way, but yeah.
Yeah, I have two thoughts here. Bus driver. One thing that I worry about is, do we only thank people who are in service jobs? In which case, why, like, is it rather considered like do we is it I'm worrying that we only thank people who have jobs that we consider to be in service of. Like, so do we only thank like butlers, ushers, drivers, and things like that? And do we not thank other people? And is it then creating a certain classification, like an invisible classification of jobs?
Yeah, right? I don't know. I mean, I definitely have thanked my physician before. He was working very hard to find a medicine that worked inside my crazy brain, and I definitely said like, it's taken a lot of time. I really appreciate it, and I know it's your job, but thank you for the effort.
Yeah.
And like, there's a standard line from Mad Men that you like so much, where Peggy says, "Why do you never thank me?"
And you never say thank you.
Right, and Don Draper, her boss's line is,
"That's what the money is for."
Right. Right.
Sorry, those of you who are trying to go to sleep.
Yeah, and so, I mean, I think for some people, the thought of thanking someone who's being paid to interact with you feels a little bit strange. Now, if someone goes above and beyond, I think a lot of people say, okay, if the bus driver heroically swerves the bus to avoid hitting a child, thank you for not hitting the child. But just going about their business, maybe it doesn't make sense. Gary Moore says, in Canada, you thank everybody every day. Very polite people. Which service professions should we tip? So in Japan, we don't tip anybody. Yeah. Tipping is not part of the culture. It's considered rude to tip.
I have seen tip jars at some places.
Yeah. They're coming in.
It is American society
Absolutely.
Intruding into Japan.
Yeah, I mean, that said, we end almost every interaction with a salesperson with a thank you. Now, it's a pro forma thank you.
Yes.
We bow and say arigato gozaimasu, but...
And I think we're actually much more communicative and effusive than most average Tokyoites.
Tokyoites are, by my American lights, incredibly rude when they interact with service people. They will often just gesture or make monosyllabic yes or no noises that aren't actually words. They're just gosh, and a lot of like waving the person off. Where I've heard from like other parts of the country, people are more effusive verbally.
But I wonder if it's because Tokyo, if everybody were as loud as we are.
We're loud.
Well, but we're as effusive as we are. If it would just be a loud place, if everyone's like, "Well, thank you." Thank you very much. Have a nice day. If everyone did that, like,
I don't think
like
we
the
sound like that.
Truman Show.
I think we just say arigato gozaimasu, and then we bow a few times and walk away.
Now, I will say, like, I use my sing-song Japanese when I do things.
It's true.
Or when I say good morning to people, I use my sing-song Japanese voice.
Yeah, and this is why I can't learn Japanese from her, because as one of my professors said back in graduate school, if you learn Japanese from a person who does not match your gender identity, you will sound unbelievably like a little child. Apparently, the way in which adult Japanese women and boys talk, very, very similar. But once you hit sexual maturity, apparently you're supposed to begin sounding more serious and say ore a lot.
Ore is a little bit is a little brusque.
Yeah.
Boku is just fine. I've heard my colleagues refer themselves as boku.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to also discuss flights and clapping at the ends of flights because I've seen that too, but I've usually only seen it when like it's been a turbulent flight or something and we all get there and then the captain's like, well, and we've arrived safely, da 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 da, and your gate is da da da, thank you, da 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 da, and then
Yeah.
people clap then. But I think sometimes right upon touchdown, maybe, but for me, it's not because the person did a great job on the touchdown, but more just because thank goodness we made it because it was turbulent.
Yeah.
So it's a moment of catharsis.
I think this is, I think this is culturally laden. Because I think in the U.S. I was not taught to clap the end of flights, and so I just don't. But I remember landing on a flight in Poland, Latvia, one of those two, and almost everyone on the flight did clap. I had a friend who is Israeli, and I think she said that there was clapping after flights in Israel, but I'm not sure. Not sure.
I feel sarcastic after a bumpy landing.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so many things are culturally specific in a way that it's really hard to make like generalizations over them. Though, like I said, I really do wonder how different cultures express gratitude and where the line on gratitude feels sarcastic versus sincere. Yeah, good stuff.
Would you like me to go away?
Not necessarily. I'm enjoying talking. It's nice talking with y'all. Yeah, clapping after a movie. I never understand why this happens because there is no one in the theater who made the movie. And yeah, so people clap after a movie sometimes. My grandmother certainly does. In Japan, that's not done. Though,
No,
in Japan, the lights stay down and you stay silent.
And seated.
And seated until the very end of the credits. And I like this, actually. I like this because it allows more reflection time on what the movie you've seen. It also extends like the value of your ticket. And often the credits have some cool music in them. And I like listening to the music as opposed to having people, picking up their popcorn buckets and so on.
Now, I did learn that's how Seal's Kiss from a Rose became a hit because it was the credits music for Batman and Robin.
That's great.
That's what I learned from my podcast. But yeah, I wonder if, the phenomenon of a little bit of a zinger at the end of the movie was not particularly surprising to the Japanese audience as much as it was to the American audience, where it's like, stay to the end. There's a little scene at the end, but maybe Japanese people are like, okay, that's...
Yeah. I mean, I think it would still be surprising.
Yeah.
Because I think generally after the credits, it's just black. And then the little thing pops up like, not in Japan, but it says like, please take your trash. In Japan, of course, you take your trash. What else would you do with it?
But then they have a nice person who takes it from you and separates it for you.
It's amazing. Yeah, you don't throw your trash away. You hand it to an attendant.
The service industry. Oh, can I tell my story about the amazingness of the service industry in Japan?
Let me respond to one thing first, then so yeah, definitely if it were a movie premiere, we've seen like indie movies where the director and filmmaker is there. And sure, applauding for that makes sense, the way of appreciating the person who's there. But I mean, like, there was somewhere I watched a movie that was like
what if Brendan Fraser is there?
We did not get selected for the Brendan Fraser meet and greet, stage greeting, whatever it is. So
whatever that was.
We'll not be meeting him. Yeah, my favorite part of that story was someone in chat said, I hope you learn what his last name is by the time you meet him. Because I couldn't remember if it was Fraser or Frasier or...
not the TV show is his name.
I couldn't remember what it was. Fraser, who knows. Anyway, weren't selected, all fine. But I remember seeing a movie was like some big screen, like Hollywood blockbuster. It was just some like random Tuesday. There was nothing special going on, and a lot of people applauded afterwards. Yeah, and I don't quite get that. See, it's set like the TV show, Frasier.
Really?
I don't know. This is the problem. Chat leads me astray. People say opposite things. I get confused. No one can be trusted. Everything's a lie.
I remember when I went to Star Wars 1 when it came out. And when the credits started, like when the movie started and the roll started, people were so excited. They were like clapping and hooting and hollering.
Yeah. Hooting and hollering. Yeah. As if they were owls.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if is hooting like Hootie and the Blowfish. Remember that band?
Darius Rucker, now a country
Yeah,
star.
Darius Rucker, now a country star.
Absolutely. Maybe clapping is a form of emotional release.
I think so. I think yeah.
Yeah, here comes my cute little catharsis.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, maybe so. Yeah,
Absolutely.
I really don't know. Like I said, I'm not someone who feels the desire to clap often. I don't know. Yeah. Who knows?
Can I do my Japanese service story now?
You're welcome to tell your story now. I would like that very much. Please.
Thank you. Okay, so I went on a little trip, as you all know, the other day, and it was a Shinkansen ride. And so we get to Kyoto, and then we are. So you need to, in Japanese train stations, you like clock in and clock out, or you buzz in and buzz out, right? So you have these gates, you put your ticket in the gate, and then you grab it on the other side, and then when you get to your destination, you have to put your ticket in to get through the gate again, right? So unlike a flight, you have to present your ticket at the beginning and the end in order to be able to get out of the train station. So we get to Kyoto, and one person in our group cannot find their ticket. And so they think, oh no, it must have fallen out of my pocket somewhere, oh no. And so we go and talk to the gate agent, and the gate agent says, yeah, you're going to have to go and talk to the ticket counter. And then we're fairly sure at that point that we're just going to have to buy a new ticket in order for this person to be able to get out of the gate. Right? And so we go up to the ticket counter, and then so we're talking to them, and they said, oh, wait, are you all in a group? Okay, let me see one of your tickets. And so one of our colleagues hands over her ticket so that they can see it and say, oh, okay, yeah, it's in the same general vicinity. And so they pull out this fax. And the fax is a faxed picture of a ticket with a note on it that said this was found on the platform in Tokyo, and it was faxed over to Kyoto. And they said, oh, so this must be your ticket since all of these seats are together, so I can issue you a ticket that will allow you to get out of the gate.
There you go.
Yeah. And so let us never besmirch the fax system again.
Yeah, we do suggest that the fax machine should be dead.
Yeah.
I mean, I can imagine just like emailing a scanned copy, but we got to keep the fax machines functioning.
Exactly.
Yeah, so that's pretty cool.
Yeah,
pretty cool.
That's really cool. And because the Shinkansen actually has like, we did see the movie Bullet Train, so it is a lot like the movie Bullet Train. It's a lot of cars.
It is, yeah.
It is a lot of cars. So there are a lot of seats in it. So it was kind of impressive. It wasn't just like, oh, it's a 2-car Shinkansen. No. There's a lot of people on it.
Yeah.
And they leave really frequently. Like every 10 minutes they leave. So it's amazing how frequent they are.
Part of it, as you know, is in Japan there's a culture of securing lost things. Mm-hmm. Like, it is an expectation that when things are dropped on the ground, you either take them from the ground and put them on a raised platform nearby. Mm-hmm. So often I find like someone's keys on the ground, you pick them up and put them on a wall next by, like small wall area or a bench maybe. Mm-hmm. And yeah, like here, if you find a wallet and do not turn it into the police or the station master, you have stolen it. There is no finders keepers. And people pick up pieces of paper on the ground and turn them in instead of throwing them out. Like there's a constant habit of trying to make sure that things that are lost are found by the person who needs them. Yeah,
the other day we were waiting to cross the street, and so there's like this little, I think it's a pole that has a little button on top of it. Like there's a little square with a button, I think, for if you are blind.
Yeah, that way it makes a different sound
noise
along with light changing.
Yep. Yeah, so someone had found like a Dumbo that was on a keychain. It was like a keychain Dumbo. Yeah. And it had fallen off of someone's bag probably, and it was put on top of the little hole. So it was really cute because it was a Dumbo like that looked like it was flying or jumping, and it was little top.
Yeah. It got closer to flying than ever before. And I really like that. I really like that here people are pretty careful and attentive to their surroundings, and there's with things that are lost, there's never a moment of this is not my problem. It seems that people are involved in reconnecting things. If a person's in bad shape, there's often a sense of this is not my problem. And so Japan is one of those places where like the Good Samaritan problem is responded to by walking on by, unless it's
Yeah.
absolutely in distress.
I don't know if it's considered this is not my problem or this is none of my business.
Right. I
Or
think you're right.
don't want to, like, I don't want to cause the person to lose face, or I don't want them to have to worry about me in addition to the problem they have going on.
Yeah, right. I think the common version of this is if someone like falls in the street, it's not expected to rush over and help them. Where I think in the U.S., especially for older people, you rush over and help them. Here, we've seen older people go down, and no one seems to care.
Not no one seems. Usually, like, the shopkeeper will come out.
Sure.
Because it's kind of like on their property or something.
Yeah. But the average passerby does continue to pass on by.
Yeah, part of it is just there's 38 million.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I think by American trading, I'm like, peril invites rescue. Must help. But how it goes.
Yeah, have you talked about the Peter Singer examples of children drowning or getting hit by cars in class and how people reacted?
Yeah, not this semester. I think I might talk about next Wednesday. But yeah, as many of you know, the utilitarian philosopher Peter Singer has this really interesting thought experiment where he says, suppose you're walking to school or work wherever, and you see that a baby has fallen into some water. And the baby is in a position where, though it's okay right now, if you do not jump in, it'll be in a really, really bad shape pretty soon, possibly even die. Are you obliged morally to help them out? And different cultures answer this question in different ways. Some cultures will say if you have to suffer any harm or potential harm, then you do not have to help the kid. And then like the move is, well, your feet are gonna get dirty, your pants will be ruined. This is a harm to you. It's a minor harm, but it's a harm still. And Singer says we need to evaluate in some way like the smallness of the harm versus the hugeness of the benefit to the kid. It gets to stay alive at the cost of your shoes. And then he spins this into a much bigger story about there are people right now who are dying of preventable diseases. If we in rich countries can just set aside some of our luxury, we can take that money and save the kids. And he says like the distance between you and the kid in the pool or kid in the puddle is in the contemporary world with the speed of connections via the internet basically the same as us and people who are starving far away. Yeah, it's an interesting argument. And so, I think it's been cool to see how Japanese people versus American people respond to that question. Yeah, and I'll definitely report back on stream when we do. Oh, sure.
Yeah, Dogberry asked if it's because they might be held responsible. And actually in Japan, they're super not litigious, actually. So that's something that I've had to get used to, is that in America, typically a lot of like how your decision making is driven is by whether someone can be held responsible or can be sued for something. And Japan just doesn't work that way.
Yeah, and Japan does have Good Samaritan laws also. So if you attempt to help someone who's in distress and they're harmed by a good faith effort to assist them, you're not held liable here. Now, if you're a physician and try to help them and you make it worse, then you are held liable.
Like if somebody falls over and then you help them sit up and you've broken their back and they're now...
As long as you're making a good faith effort to assist them.
Oh boy.
Yes. I mean, the U.S. is that way also. Good Samaritan laws are really important, otherwise people just don't get involved. Yeah, the litigiousness thing is super interesting because it is the case, as we've talked about before, that employment law here is really worker focused. Like there's an attempt to maintain the worker's employment more than basically anything else. So in cases where as Americans you'd say, this is not abusive, this is not a problem, on the Japanese side it is a problem. And part of why it leans so far that direction is because Japanese people do not abuse it. They don't go to the state to complain about minor things. And so by the time a Japanese person says, I'm going to the state to complain, it tends to be pretty darn bad. But if you have Americans working in Japan, they will often go to Labor Bureau very quickly. And Labor Bureau will say, this must be a big deal if you're complaining. And so it can cause more problems. Yeah. Do Good Samaritan laws apply to non-natives? Yes, formally.
If you can explain yourself.
Yeah, starting in, I think, early mid-2000s, there was finally a shift from saying the law applies primarily to Japanese people is that it applies to everybody. Before that, as I understand it, Japanese people could physically abuse Westerners and not get in trouble for it if they just say self-defense.
Yeah.
And there were cases where people were clearly abusing people physically, and the state was not taking it seriously.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, my colleague was really funny. She's the Japanese colleague, where she said, all of these tourists and how they think Japanese people are so nice, but then like they'll go to a bar and then they'll have their drinks spiked and their money stolen or something. And she's like, tourists need to understand Japanese people are people too. So there's crazy Japanese people too.
Absolutely right. Yeah.
She's like, just because we don't have guns, it doesn't mean we're like nice people.
Yeah. And I think on the whole here, people are more respectful of one another.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they're definitely. What are those called? Those bars? They're bars. There's some bars where the prices are not expressly given, and so you go into it saying, "Oh, let's have a beer," assuming the beer would be normal beer price of 800 yen. And it'll turn out that having gotten that one beer, the menu would say it costs 10,000 yen, right?
Oh.
It's a much larger amount.
Come on.
Yeah, and so people will have a few drinks, and end up owing thousands of dollars.
Oh no, that's not what I meant. Like ones where people will come, especially in tourist areas, where people will come and they will like.
Oh sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
But no, this kind of thing apparently is quite common with tourists also. Where random people will stop you and like, hey, I heard about this awesome new bar. You want to go check it out together? And so you end up buying drinks from one another. It turns out the person who called you in actually is an employee, and so is not paying the same prices, but you end up with a really expensive bill. And you go to the police and they say, well, that was the cost of the menu. Why didn't you ask to see the menu?
Yeah.
Like, oh gosh.
Yeah.
So I've seen a bit of advice that says, either you ask to see the menu, and if we won't give one to you, you just leave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's interesting because it seems like these things often happen in Roppongi.
Sure.
Or like Shinjuku, right? Those are the places where like people are like, don't go there, don't fall into traps there. I guess those must be the tourist heavy areas.
Yeah. I mean, in the US we have tourist traps. They tend to be like, pay $20 to see the world's largest ball of twine. You're like, oh, I'd love to see that.
Oh,
And then,
I got to see it for free. What a deal.
and then it is actually the world's largest ball of twine.
Yeah.
And like, it's ridiculous to spend money to see that, but cool, sounds good. We're here, the tourist traps tend to be much more abusive. The laws against price gouging, I don't actually know, but I know that these kinds of businesses have existed and continue to exist over a long period. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I've turned a corner on the tourists, by the way. Like, I was irritated by them for a while because I'm like, they're taking over all of my places. But now they're like so sweet. They walk around and they look so lost with all of their 5 tons of luggage, and they're like so nice and so sweet, and I feel so bad for them now. And I almost wanted to say, let's go out tourist watching today.
So I'd be okay going out tourist watching if we agree to help ones that seem to be lost.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Which you mean I help them?
Well, I mean, if they speak English, I can help them also.
Okay.
If they want to talk about Twitch, I can talk about that also. But
yeah, what if they're a Twitch streamer and they're like got their little stick and they're like, and then here I am being helped by. I
mean, I actively avoid people who seem to be streaming here. I think they're a blight upon the nation.
You're streaming here. I'm
not in public.
I'm actively avoiding you.
Not in public. No, I'm public with that. Go find help GeoRacer. Yeah, so actually one of our viewer streamer friends is actually in Japan right now. He came over here to see some people, and he said, while we're here, can we hang out? And I said, this weekend does not work super well for us. So unfortunately, no. He said next time he comes, though. We'll set it up. Maybe we'll invite him over to stream with us.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, he's a nice guy, so who knows?
Yeah.
But I don't want to set a precedent of if a viewer announces I'm in Japan, I will definitely go and see them. That's no good.
Yeah. But last weekend when I saw the tourists out and they looked, I don't know, befuddled and lost, and I felt bad for them. So, and then I saw a bunch of them in Kyoto, right? And so I feel bad for them.
Yeah, I mean, that said, if we go to Zoom Zoom Sushi or another like fun restaurant that tends to be foreign directed,
sushi sounds nice.
We can go get sushi. I guarantee at noon it'll be full of drunk young foreigners who are yelling and making a mess, and then you will dislike the tourists again.
That's true. It depends on their behavior, because as I was telling Riz this morning, like at Kyoto I was so kind of impressed in a way that like all of the tourists were being like they were trying to be so quiet and so nice and respectful. And so they seem to have assimilated themselves in a way that I'm often not familiar with Americans assimilating themselves. Now, they may not be Americans.
They're probably
part of it.
Canadians.
They might be Canadian,
Yep.
they might be European, they might be Australian.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to pivot us off of this now because an ad is coming in 1 minute's time.
Okay.
So what I'd like to do is on this next ad break, go ahead and knock out a crossword. We can do it
Okay.
together if you'd like to.
Okay.
And then after that,
And then I will leave.
Then you will leave. You'll go away, and we'll play some auction not included.
Yeah,
Does that
I will
work?
actively avoid this streamer. Maybe I'll go for a little run and listen to my AMA.
Sounds nice. Sounds nice. All right. Let's get into a vote-only mode. Noms, do you want to do the quick and easy crossword, the universal crossword, or do you want to do the LA Times crossword, which I actually would appreciate having your help on?
I was gonna say, let's do the LA Times, because that one has so much, like,
Celebrity trivia nonsense that
yeah,
I eventually
yeah.
fill in, but takes
Popular
forever.
Culture. Well, I'm being told to leave.
Well, no.
Act 6 is saying goodbye.
They're saying
Oh, yeah,
they're saying
okay.
words because in a moment here,
Oh.
no more words, only emotes, and there is
Oh.
no noms emote, so they're stuck with that. Because you're not really part of the stream. Okay, emote only mode. Welcome friends to It's Crossword O'Clock. We'll go ahead and stay and just chat directly for this
Since
one.
I'm not really part of the stream, it looks like I'm not gonna help you
See, there's a
with
nom-
your celebrity gossip.
Right, there's a nom emote.
Yes. Ooh,
Yeah,
there's
yeah.
2 different kinds. What's the one? Oh, that's a cake.
Yeah,
Actually, you did get me like little cream puffs,
I did get you some food recently.
but
That's
I
true.
can't eat those before a run. That's bad.
Okay. So here's the Oni screen. Don't worry, it'll be
that's
Oni
so
soon.
I like emotes only mode because people have such cute emotes.
It's true. I might need to set up the crossword for this one. It's always different sizes, and that throws me off. All right, let's go ahead and zoom in a little bit.
That's really clever. Whoever created the emote that Delamuka is doing, that's really clever.
The spinning duck thing,
Is it a duck?
goose, whatever it is.
Yeah, I just mean it's just clever because it makes it look like it.
Spinning eternally.
Yeah. Well, no, it looks like it's spinning to the left,
It does.
but it's not, right? It's clever. It's clever.
Those of you not watching chat, I swear you're not missing anything. Nathlire, thanks for Prime sub. I appreciate it.
Ooh.
This is always the best part of
Oh.
having ads running and people go, oh gosh, I forgot to resub. Thank you, Nathlire, for your generosity.
I
It means
see.
the world. I'm going to change this just slightly so we get rid of the ad on the right-hand side for the Harvard Business School Executive Education.
Oh.
See, these people know what I need and what
But
I
there's
need.
an Asian man talking. I wonder if it's if it's an Asian market.
Almost certainly.
ad.
Yeah, I'm always struck by how many ads I get in Japanese. Also, so very many of my like YouTube ads that pop up, like these little surveys, like if you answer this survey, we'll get you ad free for the next 12 minutes. I'm like, awesome, I'll do that. And then the survey is, which one of these do you use? And I'm like, okay, well, we'll see. And unfortunately, all of them are written in kanji I do not know. And so on every single one, I say, none of the above, and then I move on.
Nashi.
Yeah, I'm unwilling to actually translate ads for the sake of answering them. So let's go
I
700.
think the Harvard ad with the Asian man talking is also funny because everybody else is looking at, like, not everybody else.
They can't see it anymore,
Oh,
but
okay.
it's all right. I
The
can bring
man
it.
next to him is looking. You don't have to show it.
All right.
Yeah, the man next to him is looking so engaged and entertained by what this man is saying.
That's right. Berserker Bjorn, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Sorry for.
Oh, look at the Sakuteras. Oh,
Are you enjoying the emote still?
I love the emotes. People are so creative with it.
Yeah, not this guy. If you have ideas for emotes, Noms, let me know.
Is that a Smurf?
Yep.
In Sakuteras?
That's a Smurf.
Oh.
Yeah.
Watched this when I was a kid. It was approved viewing.
That's good. All right, are you ready to pivot to crossword
Yep.
mode?
Yep,
All right.
sure am.
LA Times, Friday, April 7th of 2023, year of our Lord. Ella Dershowitz. She is from time to time in New York Times.
I wonder if she's related to Alan.
Do you think all the Dershowitzes are related to each other?
Yep.
Oh, noms. All right, here we go. So, one across, home of the College World Series. That's Omaha.
Yes, it is.
Omaha's the way to play that.
Omaha, when it turns into Tokyo when the College World Series is in session, meaning it gets really crowded.
It does. Guesstimate phrase, or so, almost certainly. Orzo. Cheesy diner fare. A melt. Like a patty melt or...
Oh, Steak and Shake has really good patty melts.
Yes. This is my project more.
I thought it was like a stand up.
Oh, that's fine too. Stand up. All right.
Okay.
So not engaged here.
Not engaged.
So that could mean like having an opening in one's schedule. It could also mean not being married.
Well, it's gonna start with a P. A P.
Does it? Okay, so you know the across already. Cars sold at auction. Repos, right? Mm-hmm. Repossessions. Good. Mm-hmm. So AP. A piece. I don't know. Let's get that for now. We're here.
Oh.
Homeward. Home on the range. Ho. All right, we'll see eventually.
Oh, no.
It's all right, we'll get it. Oops, clicked out of it, unfortunately. Cigar End. That's Ash.
Uh-huh.
All right. Blank Shop. I don't know.
There's lots of shops
We'll
in
have
the
to
world.
cross many Chrome runners. Because the Chrome is upcase, it probably is the Google Chrome. So it's probably a PC.
PCs.
Yeah, PCs seems likely. So, Dog Breed of Tokyo's Hachiko statues.
Wow, this is made for us.
It
maybe
is.
Maybe Ella Dershowitz saw that you were solving these, and she's like, I'm gonna make one just for Riz.
That's nice. I've actually not taken a picture of Hachiko yet for these people.
Oh.
It's the big statue at Shibuya Station, the big busy station in the middle of Tokyo. And it's a dog that faithfully waited for his master for some long period of time after the master died.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we're all quite impressed by the loyalty. Anyway, it's an Akita, right?
Yeah, Akita.
Akita. Good. All right.
Evita.
Right. So Blank Shop.
Pet Shop Boys. Nope.
Yeah, still not sure on that one.
Yeah, it's not sure.
Photographer Kristen.
Ooh, I don't know.
All right.
I don't know photographers. I know Kristen Bell, but she spells it with an E-N.
She does. A pie in the sky. Very good.
Okay.
Part of an online tag.
At sign?
I like that. Absolutely. Yeah, so on like Twitter you say, at this person, good. Breakfast brand, well, surely
Kellogg's.
And I mean, as always, I worry, well, hello?
There's an empty blank at the bottom. I think it's 2 G's.
Oh, it's 2 G's, okay. Yeah, occasionally while we're solving, Namblus makes that terrible sound like, and I'll say, oh, what'd I miss? She'll also occasionally go, emphatic letters for short. So italics. Yeah, italics. Cool. We then have singer Braxton.
Do you know this one?
It's either Tony or Tori.
Tony.
Tony Braxton, okay, cool.
Yeah, spell with an I, good.
And then filmmaker Lee is Ong Lee. As we put those in, both of the words are Teton and slang. That's good.
The Teton.
So the 4 letters here are the word long that's been mixed up. Oh, sorry, there's actually letters here also. I only saw the 4. So Gosling. Ryan Gosling.
Well, the G is not. Is the G in that?
The G circled here?
No, the other G.
Oh, it is.
It is.
Yeah,
Okay,
so
it's Ryan
Gosling. Climbing the stairs.
Are these all Ryans?
Maybe. We'll see. Okay.
Or it could be a goose. Isn't a baby goose a gosling?
It is, yeah.
Okay.
Beryl Wood, Shirley Oak. Giddy. Something happy, maybe.
Slap happy.
Slap happy, good job. Okay. Big Blank, Delaney, Sons of Anarchy character. I've never seen it. I assume Otto or Otis. So would a T or an I work better here? A T would work better here, I assume, but I'm not sure. We're here. Hop in. Not sure. Okay. Common toothbrush holder. A mug or cup, probably.
I see.
So, mug, G. I think cup feels better. Cap, as opposed to capga. So let's put cup in and see. Pop music's Blank Vanilli.
Milli
Milli Vanilli, one of the first scandals of what's the sing-along thing? Like, they had the music going in the background and weren't actually singing. Lip syncing, that's right. Which is now done by absolutely everyone, but once upon a time, that was a shameful behavior. All right, here we go. Blank Shop Pop-Up Shop. We have a place near us that's a 7 days shop. And so different companies rent it for 7 days and set up and sell their wares, and I never see people in them.
I see people in them a lot.
Maybe when I walk by, it's not the right time, but I'm always like struck, how do they make any money if there's no one in there? But that's fine. Fritter-like side with fried catfish. Hush Puppies.
That's what I was thinking about.
But no, it's not going to work. Oh, that's fine. Emblems, logos. And then complain is moan, no doubt. Okay. Where do I go?
Puppy.
Where's puppy? Oh, okay.
Gosling, puppy. Okay,
So
so
it's
these are baby animals.
Good,
Okay.
good. Ditto. Me too. Yeah. La La Land Oscar nominee.
Is this a
It's
person?
Ryan Gosling. And so it is indeed Hush Puppy. Hey, good job. We figured it out. So it's baby animals that build off of whatever's
Hop out
at
is
the bottom
we're
of it.
here.
Where here's hop out, so not hop in, hop out. And so presumably it's Otto here, right?
Apathetic.
Apathetic. Good job. Apathetic. Well done. Off the M then. Name before Wilson or Rooney. Mara. Yeah, I want to say Andy, but Mara seems right. Andy Rooney. Oat milk is a kind of milk. On the sounds here, we got feeling yesterday's yoga class, perhaps. Sore. Tomorrow you're getting yoga. Will you be sore at the end of it?
I don't think so.
Maybe not. Allergy season sound. Well, surely it's achoo, spelled that way. Recruit with arm twisting. Rope in? Yeah, I think so. Full of beans.
Lying?
Full of, oh yeah, you're full. That's a very old-timey
I've never heard
phrase.
that before.
I think that's right. We'll see. Full of beans.
Oh, God.
All right. Cupcake.
Is it poopy?
Cupcake is hun, I assume.
I like to think of full of beans as poopy.
Great. I'm glad you have that for yourself.
Uh-huh.
Phony is full of beans there. And then here, corporate shakeup is a reorg. Everyone loves that phrase. Butter used in sag paneer. That's ghee. Haggler's concern. The price, clearly. Go for. Opt for. Yeah. Qdoba snacks a taco. That's how my grandmother says taco.
Yeah,
Tacos.
I've heard that doesn't the UK accent say taco?
I have no idea. My grandmother is Midwestern through and through.
Yeah.
Taco makes no sense. Past potentates. So
Czars.
yeah, absolutely right. And be the T spelling
Yeah,
here.
like luckily the S tells us. Yeah,
Yeah,
how
because
to
often
spell.
we know it's czars and can't figure out which
the
spelling.
A is there.
Exactly right. All right. Time for a costume from a boutique. A boutique. Black Panther villain Killmonger.
I actually haven't seen Black Panther.
I
itself.
have. This is a three-letter baby animal. So it could be
A kid?
Kit, yeah, possibly. So Eric seems possible.
Okay, yeah.
The cross here is on. Lie, maybe. Contractor's figure is estimate.
Lit.
So on.
Oh yeah, like a light is on.
Oh, okay, yeah. So
Lit.
Eric, I don't know Eric Killmonger. I don't like it when people have like superhero surnames and regular person forenames. It's like Wolverine, full name John Wolverine. Very strange.
Do the across that
Yeah.
goes up to Kit.
Up to Kit, okay. Well, I'm gonna work here and then down.
Okay, fine.
Fine. This is Forger.
Okay.
Okay. In the running. So it could be like racing, clearly. It could also be like still active.
Yeah.
We'll see. Blue Apron Offering. Blue Apron offers like meals.
Kit.
Meal kit. Good job. But Kill is right. Well done. Cinco menos dos. That's Trace. I had a student try to give an answer in Spanish yesterday. I don't know why he did it, but he couldn't remember the word for 3. And so he ended up saying dos.
So he's not a native.
No.
Spanish speaker?
He's an American who I think had some Spanish at one point in his life, but not enough.
Was just
Wolfhard
being strange.
of Stranger Things. That's Finn Wolfhard.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm glad you know that.
absolutely. Revenge Star Van Camp.
As it turns out, I think you know more of the celebrity gossip than I do.
That's how it goes. Revenge Star Van Camp.
I don't know. Emily, I don't know.
Sure, let's put Emily in and see if it works out.
I just made up a name that starts with an EM.
That's what counts. We'll see how it goes. Staying Alive,
Disco.
Jean. Disco? Good job. Any Gilmore Girls episode
It's a rerun.
now? Yeah, they're not making more Gilmore Girls.
Yeah, they did have one. They had a special.
I see. A cartoon still is a cell. One animated frame. Silly Fool.
What? Is that right?
I think Twit
Twit.
is the Americanism. My apologies to all of you for my wife's absolute vulgarity.
I'm sorry. I don't like ESL.
Roomba Target.
Dirt, dust, grime.
Oh, it's Dust Bunny.
Oh, yeah.
Good job. Tiny units of progress depicted 4 times in this puzzle. Baby steps? Yeah. Because the animal babies are going up the steps. That's great. That's funny, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Mid pirouette say on toe.
Oh, sure.
Blue blank is a pain relief brand. I have no idea.
Not Blue Apron.
I blank to differ is beg to differ.
Big. Yeah.
So blue ear, blue egg, tank. Tank means to fail.
It can mean, and it's also a noun.
It's
right?
all a vat or a military weapon.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
What's your code? Blue.
Coding or correct coding errors say. This one's for you, programmer friends. Debugging. Blue blue emu. That sounds likely.
Yeah.
We'll see.
It could be Blue O.
Freelancer's
the
job is a
French.
gig. So tank top.
Yeah.
Camisole?
Yes.
Yeah. Is that how it's said, or camisole?
Camisole.
Soul. All right. Good.
I think.
Let's work on some downs our way through then. Spy mission.
Covert up.
Well done. Covert op. I like it. No doubt about it. In the run is vying.
Bet.
You bet. Well done. What many modern plays lack? Well, they don't have an act 2. It's a single thing. That said, I was hearing recently, it was on the Reddit this morning, apparently the new Scorsese film, Killers of the Flower Moon, is that right? Something like that. It's like 4 hours long. And there's a long discussion in the thread about whether it would have an intermission. And there's a lot of people talking about which countries have intermissions for all films. And apparently, I think India does.
I thought you were going to say India because some of those Bollywood films are long.
Yeah, the Bollywood films have a break often, but many of them also insert intermissions into Hollywood films also. It's just expected there'll be a break. And Tarantino films often have an intermission which is just played through at some theaters. But I remember when Hateful Eight came out, it had an intermission that I think a lot of theaters respected and took that break at that point. And I think intermissions are great. Like, they give people an opportunity to talk and think and also, use the restroom, maybe leave. Doesn't matter though if they leave, right? Because this theater's gotten the money. That's what counts.
Oh, is that how we think about things?
Absolutely.
Oh.
Annoying. Pesky, possibly. Pesty?
Peony.
It's a peony, yeah. And so pesty seems
be.
likely. Oh, it could be pests also. No, annoying is a Y.
Is it crypt?
A latter part is a rung, and then here we got generic surname is John Doe. Indie brand, STP. Fine tune is tweak. Oh, and the cross. Yeah, I was reading the downs like IP. Okay, tweak. And lastly, we have swimming holes are ponds. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-bum-ba-dun.
What's that?
That is the New York Times victory song. We
Why
could
are
also
you
use.
playing it to the LA Times?
Because I don't know what the victory song sounds like. We could also do like Final Fantasy. Ba-ba-da-bum, bum, 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 ba-dum, bum, 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 ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-ba-bum-bum. So, though it's the case I'm singing this as a joke right now, Noms has to deal with me saying this all the time. Ella Dershowitz is indeed Alan Dershowitz's daughter. Wow. Good job, Noms. Apparently all the Dershowitz are related to one another. All right, Noms, we might hold on the fort for about 3 minutes.
What?
And then I'll return and take over fully.
What is happening?
I would like to leave for the briefest of moments.
Okay.
Okay, here comes Big Resorty screen.
Oh, why didn't you just make me do that? Here, we'll do the other crossword. Give me the other
No, I need that for later.
Ah! I got smashed.
You did.
Against the table. Hello, friends.
Oh, have a nice chat. I'll be back in just a few.
Yeah, I don't really know what to talk about. Hello, everybody. Let's see. I'll be fine. The coffee has taken effect. Yeah, there's a coffee mug here, but it's empty. Chet is well behaved. Hi, everybody. Yeah, this is after Resorty told me to go take a hike, right? And now here I am back here. What's my favorite number? Panic! I don't have a favorite number. Nomstream when? Yeah, we've been talking about that, right? So maybe I'll come on and play some Minecraft, which I've never played before. So I guess we're thinking about maybe doing that in a few weeks here after the semester is over, just because, I I have lots of grading right now and lots of making of essays and making of exams and da 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 da. So maybe after finals, we might have a little bit more time to be able to do that. What genre of games do I like playing? I play all kinds of games. I think for a while I was playing, like when I first started playing games, I was like, oh, let me play some first-person shooters. And so I was playing those kinds that were kind of like adventure types. So, like Assassin's Creed, which I was playing rather consistently until I got busy, and then I stopped playing it, and so I've now dipped out of it, unfortunately. But I think I can get back into it. But I think I like puzzle games a lot. When I was a child, I really liked Tetris. I probably still like Tetris a lot. But I play it too much, and then I end up like seeing everything like Tetris. You know when that happens to you? And so my Tetris probably is for me what World of Warcraft is for Riz, where it's like I can't play it because I'll play it too much. I'm currently playing like Stardew Valley and Spiritfarer on the Switch. And by currently, I mean I was playing it last year and before we moved to Japan. I haven't really picked it up since. But I've been trying to play more kind of chill games because maybe I need to chill out a little bit. But then I find that like the creatures in Spiritfarer are irritating to me because they're always demanding things. And then they don't like what I've given them, right? So they're like, oh, I'm hungry. And then I say, okay, here's some coffee. And they say, you just gave that to me yesterday. And so they want like variety on top of it. They're just far too demanding, right? And so I've switched back to Stardew Valley for the moment. And yeah, so it's sitting upstairs and I suppose I should play it, right? What else? Tell us about our first date with Riz. I don't know if we had a particular first date because we just used to hang out, but we did frequently. He lived down the street from a Little Caesars, so we would frequently decide that it was time to get a Little Caesars pizza, and then we would go up and get a Little Caesars pizza and come back and eat it and like watch movies. I don't have bad jokes. Jokes are the worst. Thank you, molybdenum carbide. Yeah, I think I played Elder Scrolls a little bit once, and I, like, within 2 minutes of starting play, I got eaten and killed by rats. And I'm sure it's a very good game. I've heard very good things about it. That's just my singular experience with Elder Scrolls, and it was kind of like embarrassing, actually. A real thing. It's called the Tetris Effect, and I think there's a new Tetris movie that has come out on Apple TV that we have not watched. We subscribe to Apple TV for the sole reason of watching Ted Lasso. Probably, speaking of which, there's probably a new episode that we haven't seen yet. But yeah, we should probably watch the Tetris. I guess I don't know if it's a documentary though. The one that's on Apple TV. It looks like it's actually movie. Resorty and Nom's Stardew stream when? Well, I don't know, partly because I'm playing on the Switch and I don't know how to get that streaming except to show it to you like this, which nobody wants to see. Yes, the hot and readies, that's what we used to eat at Little Caesars. There's no Little Caesars as far as I can tell here, which is kind of sad, but it's probably good. That said, the frozen pizza market, the frozen pizza selection at the Combini's here is really quite good. It's really solid. Much as I love a Totino's pizza, but yeah, it's really solid. We got one once from Family... What is that store called? Family Mart. And we brought it home and we popped it into the oven. Now, granted, it was like this size as opposed to American pizza size, but it was really good. So surprisingly good. Okay, have I seen the Tetris movie on Apple Plus? No. Myst. I am actually too late to the computer scene to play Myst. I remember it was really big on PC when I was a kid, but I did not personally play it. Though, I will say I really, really liked, what was the first game that was by, oh man, it's the same people that made, I can't remember any of the games that they made now. It's a game in which you play as the protagonist and your kid gets kidnapped and you're trying to find him, and it has like branching architecture and like it was known for having remarkable Heavy Rain. Thank you. And I loved Heavy Rain when it came out. So yeah, that was I really encouraged I've encouraged so many people to play it, but like the beginning is so slow that a lot of people are like, why should I play this? It's just me waking up in the morning and making myself breakfast. This is a terrible game, right? Quantic, yeah. And I haven't played any of the other ones, I think. I have one of the other ones. I think I lent it or gave it to a friend. The one that's set in LA with that actor as the main
LA Noire.
LA Noire. I was like, it's LA something, and I want to say LA Confidential, but I know that's a movie. Heavy Rain got a lot of people back or into gaming. Yeah, I would say it worked for me. Now, what I don't understand this thing about Sean, and Jason. I'm confused. Anyway, oh, LA Noire, you're right. LA Noire is actually by Rockstar. You're right. It wasn't by... I think that it was kind of in the same genre, so I was interested in it. Yeah. Similar to Last of Us. Yes. Now, Resortia is just standing over there like a weird creeper. I don't know what's really happening. Sean was the kid in Heavy Rain. Ah, okay. Yes. Oh, Heavy Rain near the beginning, you were trying to find Jason, and so you scream that all the time. Yeah. Yes. I don't know what Resortia is doing. He's
I'm really
just
enjoying...
standing over there being weird and creepy.
I mean, I'm a lurker, so I'm enjoying watching.
No, lurkers are like this. You have to be like this if you're lurking.
Oh, okay. I gotta show a little of my head for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think one thing I find delightful is, in general, the viewers know all of my stories.
Oh, I see.
Where they know very few of your stories. And so it's nice having a different person here who people want to ask questions of. And there you have a lot more stories to share, and that's great.
Oh.
Yeah, they don't care about me. I'm just the guy who's been here always. There are like 4 stories I have. I've told them all over and over again. So, yeah, thanks for
You need new stories?
I need new stories. It's true. And that's why I need to go do things. Today we've talked about maybe going to see the Emperor's Palace.
That's where we could also go tourist watching. We can watch them navigate their giant luggage around the 5K loop around the Emperor's house.
However, I think it might be a lot of fun to just stay in and watch some movies. We got 2 movies for the weekend. We got Children. You really want to go out?
I was promised Zoom Zoom Sushi.
Okay, well, Zoom Zoom Sushi and the Emperor's House are in different directions, right?
No, they're in the same direction.
Are they? Okay.
Zoom Zoom Sushi is in Shibuya, and then the Emperor's House is one train. Like, you would have to transfer at Shibuya and go into a different, I think, Chiyoda line.
All right, we'll see how it goes.
Riz does not want to go out.
No, we can
Riz
go out.
Riz does not want to go tourist watching or looking at the lovely cherry blossoms or any of the many, many plants that are in bloom because it is now spring in Tokyo and it's lovely. But you know what? I'm going to go for a run, so I'm going to see them myself anyway.
That's good. Maybe we'll go out, maybe we'll see some things. It'll be fun. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. For right now, though, it's stream o'clock, so I'll take over. That said, you will be streaming, right? You will be streaming.
Yeah, we talked about this when you were gone.
That's great. In what, 2 weeks, 3 weeks?
Yeah.
I'm really excited for that. And maybe it'll end up being a case that you have so much fun that you can be an every Saturday streamer. And we'll no longer have Resorty Saturdays, but you'll take over, and I'll go, I don't know.
Friday night Minecraft night?
Yeah, that's exactly right. On Friday nights, you will play Minecraft. Excellent.
I'm wondering if you have this here so that you can do this as a...
We don't talk about what Resorty has on his desk outside of camera view. Yeah, there are things here that...
I think it's hilarious, because I think it presents the possibility that you will do it on camera and then people will be so horrified.
I have a bit of floss here that I used the other day while not streaming. And I just haven't thrown it out yet, and we don't talk about what's down here. Though we do have some like adorable little photos of Riz and Noms that I keep here to look at while Nom's not here. And yeah, we have actually 3 of these of us at various places we've gone throughout the years. And that's a picture of just Noms looking smiley and happy. She sent me that one by mail, actually, when we were living separately. Yeah, and so I leave those there to remind me why I'm doing all this. And while I'm hanging
Ooh,
out,
and there's a dinosaur here too.
there's a cute little dinosaur that came out of a Kinder egg that you got me when I was depressed.
Kinder Aya.
I had a period of not wanting to get out of bed very much, and Mom's brought me a little chocolate egg. It had a toy inside I put together. And there you go. Managed to start
I treat
IRL.
you like a child. Here, I brought you chocolate and a toy since you're sad.
I mean, it was very sweet of you. It was a nice gesture, and we sat and we talked, and it was special. That's why I keep it there, because it's a special thing. Absolutely.
Kinder Aya. Right next to the floss. Now, the floss, I will say, it's not like a string of floss. It's like one of those little, like, plastic things, floss.
Yeah,
I think it's less gross than, like, the idea of there being, like, a string of floss sitting.
Yeah, I just haven't thrown it out yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we don't talk what's here. It's
Yeah,
fine.
but they're very popular. I used to have a student who would do that in class.
We've discussed
She would
this.
show up
It's
in
horrible.
Really?
I mean, I have to say, my own students. I have students who also floss in class. Not this semester, last semester.
Yeah, just here?
Yeah,
Oh,
it was
mine
American.
in the States.
It was American, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
horrible.
I think it's like the version of, it's like the modern version of somebody who has like hay or a toothpick or something in their mouth. Because there are people who, are there flavored toothpicks anymore? There used to be flavored toothpicks. There were like mint ones and
My
cinnamon
father loved
ones.
them, yeah. They're made of wood.
Yeah.
My
And
father had
cinnamon
so
ones
many of
too.
them.
You might like those.
I like cinnamon.
They,
yeah.
they taste like red hots. And so some people would just like have them in their mouths
It's true.
regularly,
It's
right?
true. Yeah.
So I wonder if like people think of the plastic flossy pick the same way.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't imagine using it on streamer in class, certainly.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. All right, shall we pivot now? All right. Thank you for taking over. I appreciate it. Oh, pivot, ha ha ha. We're turning this way now. All right, how will we read chat, Noms? We've made our joke. Now we're stuck with the joke.
Like this.
Oh, I see. All right, Noms, thank you for hanging out. I sure do appreciate it. It was lovely having you here today, and go underneath the table to get out of here. As Nam become an old, tiny little woman, she will become bent over and fit on her table all the time. That'd be great.
Yeah, this will be like, you'll make me sleep down here. Or just live down here. I'll be like Harry Potter. I have to live in the space underneath the table. I'm sorry I mentioned that.
I mean,
show.
for having such limited space here in Tokyo, we really do not make good use of the space underneath the desk. We need to work on that at some point.
I mean,
Let's do
I
it.
mentioned this, but I have yet to see someone take action on it.
I have nothing to put places. I don't own that many things.
You could put your books, like
They're-
bookshelves.
It's
Put
true.
bookshelves
It's
down
true.
there.
Zephy, thank you much for the resubscription. You find in summer it's too hot to wear a suit. The weather is just not suitable.
Ha! I thought they were making a Tokyo joke because it is really hot here and people wear summer.
They do. I should probably get a linen suit for that.
Yeah, I mean, our linen I think shows sweat really easily though, just to warn you.
All right.
But
I now feel bad about myself. Good.
I think there's like light wear for the summer. There's like people have different fabrics.
I see. Nom stays where you go. Have a nice day. Be seeing you. No. I mean, you have things to do, right?
I have to go for a run.
You have to
I have
run.
to grade.
You have to grade. You have to write emails. You probably have hundreds of emails waiting for you right now, pressing down upon you. Gosh, you better go deal with those, or whoa.
I think I definitely have nearly 40.
Nearly 40,
unopened.
really? 40 unopened emails. How many of them are spam?
Very few.
Yeah,
Because I
zero.
usually
Zero.
swipe those out very quickly.
Yeah. Have a good day, Noms. Thanks for hanging out with us. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Use ChatGPT to write the emails. I mean, your boss has suggested that a large portion of bureaucratic work here could be done by ChatGPT. Maybe that part too.
Yeah, and then they'll send me ChatGPT replies, and
Right.
it'll just be GPT talking to each other.
Absolutely.
Just AI talking to AI,
This is
except
what-
for the AMAs.
This is the dead internet theory. It's just bots talking to bots. Hello, follow bots. Hello, view bots. Thank you all for being here with us today. We're going to pivot
Ooh,
now.
a standing desk that has a... That's nice. That's nice. I don't think I could nap while... I don't know how you people sleep while he talks, because I don't think I could do that down here.
I mean, I'm assuming they put it on relatively quietly. And, yeah, you know. I mean, I would often fall asleep with Dolphin Chemist on, back when I lived alone. And Dolphin Chemist occasionally gets quite worked up. But I think for me, once I'm asleep, it tends to just be the end of it.
Yeah, that's like me listening to Sleep Podcast.
Yeah, podcasts at night lead you to have dreams about whatever the podcast's about.
Yeah, sometimes it's a little distracting.
It is. All right, I'm going to push
Okay.
the video game button now.
Okay, bye.
Goodbye, Noms. Thank you for being here.
Bye.
Oh, poor Noms. Poor rejected Noms. Hello, friend. Just you and me now. Hope you're all having a good day for sure. It is a lovely Saturday morning here, and it is time for us to play some video games. I think that Noms may be a more popular portion of the stream than I am. I know you're allowed to do a Twitch username change every year or so maybe I should change the channel name from Resorty to Nomzordy instead. And no, it's my channel. I've worked too hard for too long. Alright, friends. I need to change our directory, don't I? We're currently sitting in just chatting, and we can't do that. So instead, we're going to go to the Oxygen Not Included directory. We're on cycle 500. Cycle 500. This thing's been alive for a very, very long time. Sakatera, sleep well. Good night to you. I'm guessing many people have gone to bed already. That's okay. What are we going to do today in Oxygen Not Included? I had some big goals. Oh gosh, no, I don't want to play anymore. Noms, come back. I don't want to play. I forgot. Oh, at the end of stream yesterday, we discovered an absolute disaster, and I actually don't know if this one's fixable. It might finally be the point at which I've screwed things up too much. But oh boy. Okay. Yeah, so I like Oni. It's a lot of fun. We make good choices, etc., etc., etc. And yeah, I'm gonna pull this one up and we'll talk about what happened. It was going great, and then it wasn't. As many of you know, one of the ongoing concerns of this playthrough has been keeping our central water bucket full and germ-free and full of only lovely, lovely pure water. And we were doing a pretty good job. And then yesterday I noticed there was a tiny bit of germs, tiny few germs there. And Oni has frozen. There it is, okay. I noticed there was a tiny bit of germs in there. I decided to make some slight modifications to the base in order to rectify that. I decided to add a germ sensor area. And someone, namely me, screwed up. And instead of having a bridge here, put in just a straight pipe. And so, without a bridge, the little germ sensor area could not know which way the water went, and so it took dirty, germy water and did not run it this way, but instead ran it this way. And this way is to the clean water bucket. And so, hold on to your hats. Down here, okay, it's not as bad as it was. I really thought there was a huge amount of polluted water. The issue, though, is... okay, we have 50,000 germs in every tile. So yesterday, the number of germs I was trying to deal with was about 300, which is almost none whatsoever. And now there are 50,000 per tile. And we need to fix that. Because even if the dupes get sick and get healed, I need to find a way to fix this so that I'll feel better about myself and I can show you my beautiful and clean water bucket. For some reason, okay, there we go. Why is the game showing me whatever's on the pointer? Does it usually do this? No, it's usually when you click, right? It's usually when you click that it selects things. What did I turn on that's showing me what's here all the time? Is there a setting for this, or... please stop showing me. All right, whatever way. So, the end of yesterday's stream was trying to figure out how the germ sensor needed to be set up to not do what it's doing, namely delivering all the germs back home. And this setup kind of works. And at the end of stream yesterday, I said, we've got to continue working on it till it's just right. Why is this popping up? I'm considering saving and reloading, because it's really throwing me off to always use in the tile. Can you boil the water? Yes, water can be boiled also, but introducing heat into the base feels bad. You can use radiation also to kill germs, but I spent so long setting up this room that I just want it to work right. So the problem we were having yesterday is when water comes... okay, water comes down one of these pipes and then goes into this pipe, fine. At this pipe, it's checked for any germs. If it has more than one germ, this thing opens for a half second. That is enough time, I believe, for the germy water to flow this way. Cool. If this were backed up, then even with it open, the water continues flowing down this way. So, for right now, with this thing empty, the germy water will correctly go this way. Yesterday, though, we had the problem of water backing up here, actually, because germy water is returned to the main line, which causes it to maybe back up if there's water coming from this way also. And so because it backed up, then germy water flowed this way down. We got to fix that. So there are a couple things we possibly could do. One thing we could do is actually just remove this second check, because I was worried before that polluted water would, or like clean water would go through and get cleaned a second time, and that would waste a lot of time. So this second check says if it's actually clean, go ahead and send it home. But like I said, leading to a backup here. So what we need to have to ensure that this does not get backed up is some kind of relief channel. Either a relief channel either a channel that says you must take water from here before you take water from here, or a reservoir that extra water can go into. And the easier solution, because I don't remember how bridges work, is to throw up this this reservoir. Okay, that will work fine. Hello, Chemstory. It's good seeing you. Have a good night. Oh no, it won't fit because it just doesn't fit. We can throw it down here into the hatch room. That's weird though. Because of limited space, I'd like very much to fix this. And so what we said previously is if there are not germs here, I would like to, if not germs here, I'd like to open this for half a second. So this is set up if there's below one germ, send a green signal. So no germs, open this. But we want to be sure that that signal continues for a half second also. So we need to put a buffer such and so here that will open it for 1/2 second. Cool. Now the further thing is, how do I ensure that the water here is taken before the water here? I know how to fill pipes first. Namely, bridges are greedy. They always take as much as they can. But how do I ensure that this is taken before this is? I have an idea. Do I have an idea? I might have an idea. My idea is if I pipe straight through here, no, that won't work, will it? I was going to say if I pipe straight through, then the bridge will move as much water as it can, and then the non-bridge part will run. But I think just bridging straight through means all the liquid moves straight through instead of bridging. Does anyone know, is there a rule that's useful here? Like, what we could do is add even more automation, and instead of feeding it directly in here, we could say some kind of sensor. If there's liquid in some tile, then open to a bridge. Does that actually help at all? Other way. If there's liquid here, then close this way. Well, that will work fine. So, more shutoffs. All right, so white is out. Can't build there because actually a wall. I want to keep that wall there to keep carbon dioxide focused there. All right. I want to cut off this, and so we'll add it right here, actually. This is going to say, okay, cut these wires. I feel like I'm over-engineering this thing, or just not doing it quite as efficiently as we could, but we'll see. Hey, Tanwin Blue! Sleep well, good to see you, and thank you for the subscription. That means a lot. I'm glad you're enjoying hanging out with us. 3 a.m. though sure is late. Sleep well, my friend. And It's awesome having you as part of our community, as always. Okay, so green is out. And then white is in. Good. We want to close this if there's water coming from this direction. And we don't have a lot of space to work with here. So I'm going to put the sensor here and say, if there's liquid here, then close this for, I don't know, a really long time, possibly 5 whole seconds. We need to wait for this liquid to still flow on by, but this must go relatively quickly. I think this will work okay. Liquid pipe element sensor, it'll be either polluted water or normal water. I kind of just want to say binary-wise, if there's anything there. We can do it with a negation. If there's... No, we can't. I was going to say, if there's the presence of non-liquid chlorine, for example, then it would say, go ahead and go on. But it can't be non-liquid chlorine, because then an empty pipe counts as non-liquid chlorine also. I just need the presence of anything. Is there a way to do that? Probably not with just one sensor. It would need to be if non-chlorine and water. Okay, we can do it this way. If you get a lot of if-thens today. If polluted water or normal water on side pieces that are there at all, then for 5 seconds, open. Close. I need to write this down. All right, I think this will work. I think this will work. So, boop and boop. Do we have exclusive ore unlocked yet? We do not. Oh boy. Okay, here we go. Can we unlock exclusive ore? Where is it? No. Exclusive ore takes the kind of research I keep saying we're going to do very, very soon. Okay. There's something we can do with negations to function more or less the same. Oh, standard ore work. Standard ore work here, actually. We're fine. Alright, so standard ore, good. So if this or that is green, then close this. So we need a knock gate also. And I don't want to knock it through the door there. This is fine. We then connect things. Will it work? I've got some doubts, but maybe. What does it make those out of? It's all steel. Made of lead. No. I don't know why it's defaulting to lead now. I haven't made anything out of lead on this base at all intentionally. Alright, so liquid sensor in pipe. 1, 2. Those are made out of copper. Awesome. Then the flat pieces. Or gate. Good. Then lead. I have enough lead on the other map. I shouldn't care about it, but I just want to do it right if we're doing it at all. And then we have some automation lines. Either of you are functional. Now, the issue is this will only activate for the briefest of moments on either side. And that's fine, right? If any green signal gets to the buffer gate, even for a second, then we can have it go as long as we want to. Because initially I was worried that this would only flash with like something that for a millisecond it passes through, but that's actually fine, I think. Okay, so next up is buffer gate on this side of the negation is correct. Good. And then we need a not gate. I think that will work. Let's see how this goes. All right, attach those. Going across the way here. Up and over. Okay, and so we'll need to set some things, but behold, this should resolve all of the problems we've been having here. I'm not sure it's going to. I'm not sure, but I look forward to seeing how it goes. And then. The question then becomes, what do we do with this nonsense? Now, the polluted water on the ground is large enough we can't mop it. So we put this filter in just to fix this problem. So which way did I put it? Yeah, if polluted water is picked up here, then pump it into the water bucket over there. So you liquid polluted water. Good. It's only the one tile, but it will get resolved pretty soon. And printing pod. Hey, it's food. Always love that food. There must be an easier way to do all of this, but if this works, I'm gonna be over the moon excited. Do we have copper here? Because I know I sent a bunch of copper through the machine to the other world. Yeah, there's copper available. It will all get made pretty straight away. I'm gonna go ahead and increase the importance on it, though I think it may be the only active construction job right now here. But just in case, get them all increased in importance. Pretty good. You don't know your software is super complicated also. Yeah, I mean, I know to ensure we have the germ sensor, we need at least this part. I don't know if we need the second check. It's only the second check that's causing problems right now. Though I guess in the case we didn't have the second check, we'd still have the same problem with this line potentially backing up. It's just that I guess the possible easier solve would be have another chlorine room that's just for the things that got through the first one with some germs. But we'll see. At the end of stream yesterday, I know we put online a new room over here. No, we didn't. Did we? Is this a new one? Yes. We have a half-filled oxygen pipe. And so my intention is to get a second oxygen pipe, a second oxygen producer, which will fill the pipe entirely. That's going to happen at some point today. This is feeding... Yes. This is feeding the other base. And so I actually want to make a cut here and stop taking this line down to the other base. So we cut there and then destroy the bridge. Cool. And they can destroy this part also. And that will ensure that the gas coming from this pipe gradually fills up the area down here. Now, the interesting question is going to be, on the other base, how much oxygen do we actually have to send through to make it good and nice? The other base has been gradually improving. Those of you who've been watching for a while will know this base was initially an absolute travesty, but at least they now have a nice little bedroom area. They've got bathrooms to use if they want to. They have some terrible, terrible artwork. But the dupes are able to, every single day, get access to a little park there as they go through. So happy morale for everybody. Morale here, morale there, morale absolutely everywhere. Feels nice for sure. These little statues here are still garbage quality, so we've been continuously repainting them, which sets them back to being a job again, which helps Ellie level up her skills in and crafting, and that's good. Nice looking second colony, thank you. It's heading in the right direction. Now, earlier we destroyed one of the latrines here. I intend to destroy the other one soon enough, but I want to make sure the polluted dirt here goes into the correct water area to keep the food poisoning germs safe together. I think I started that. I did. So this spot here, I would like to have sweep only. And then I'm going to raise priority so that anything we mark to sweep goes in here. And what we want is just polluted dirt, which is organic, I believe. Awesome. And so we want to grab the polluted dirt from the ground here, which is frankly disgusting. So we'll get all that right away. Now, it might be the case we have some polluted dirt set up somewhere else, though perhaps not. Maybe it's the case it's all just going here. Okay, rot pods going there. So our concern with taking all the polluted dirt and throwing it into here is that the polluted dirt is also oxygen producing for us. That said, now that we have the oxygen coming from our base, we should see gradually filling more and more oxygenation. Now we have a nice little airflow tile here, which is helping to share. In the middle here, we do not have any, and then over here, it's showing up gradually. What we could do is expand the oxygen line to feed more of the base. We're trusting that as time goes by, the breathability will increase throughout the base, and the carbon dioxide will get pushed down more and more and more. Volo, it's good seeing you, friend. Good seeing you all today. Lovely Saturday morning here. It's about 11 a.m. Tokyo time. Outside, the sun is shining. Things seem pretty nice. And also, we got our power room going. That's pretty great. So earlier I began to set this thing up so that it will only pump hydrogen when there is hydrogen. And so we want this set up for hydrogen. So now, there's and, correct? Okay, there's and. So now, when there's hydrogen, it flips on. Awesome. And when the pressure here is not yet set. So we're going to set some pressure here that guarantees that in some of the tiles here, there's enough hydrogen that's not going to end up pumping polluted oxygen or oxygen at all, ideally. And the reason for that is this goes to our heat destroying machine, if I can get the correct pipe. There we go. As of right now, it's been cut because presently it is it would just waste all of our hydrogen. It's cooling nothing currently. We want to think about when we want to feed it hydrogen, and it's probably going to be when the area around it gets over a certain temperature. So I want to set up a just general area temperature checker. What's up, Fernand? It's good seeing you. General area temperature thing. And I can't put it right on top. And I have no idea which of these two is preferable. So I'm going to put it there and see how that works. And then we're going to automate from there to some kind of gas cutoff. Now, as you see, there's no place for it really to go. I'll make a little divot here, or not divot, the opposite, a little rise here that ensures we can cut it off if we want to. Okay. Good and good. I feel like today is a day of advanced automation. We're doing more and more interesting automation than ever before. And that feels great. Green is the outside. And plug that in also. It'll still be cut, so it will not go. Good. We then want to automate between over here and here. We're making out of lead. Absolutely not. This is made out of lead, correct? It is. Of course it is. I should also mention, just for the sake of transparency, this will be the last day of Oxygen Not Included for a little bit. I've been playing consistently for about 2 weeks now, and we'll come back to it after a month or so, but next week we have some other streams to do, some sponsored streams to do, and I'm really excited to play a game called King of the Castle. It was mentioned in stream yesterday. It's a like kind of silly looking streamer and viewer game where people from the stream are allowed to be nobles in our world and plot to work with me or against me. And I watched like 5 minutes of another streamer playing it, and it looked really fun. So we'll at least try that on one point next week. We got 2 sponsored streams of a different game, and those streams request us to play our normal content for 2 hours or so before we, or at least half an hour before we get into whatever our content's going to be, whatever those sponsored streams are. So I don't know what else we're playing next week. I'm also intending to do Dredge next week, which is a game I've been looking forward to for quite a bit. But like I said, we'll definitely get back to Oni before too terribly long. This base persists. So often on prior Oni playthroughs, I've had this moment where I said, all right, we're done with Oni now because everything has fallen apart. But in this case, definitely it's not going that way. Instead, it's staying stable and good, so we'll come right back to this playthrough whenever we do. All right, got about an ad break in 45 seconds, so we're going to go ahead and move y'all to emote-only mode, and then go ahead and do a little crossword time. During the nom section of today's stream, we finished one crossword, and so today we'll finish the other one. The fair emphasis is F-no every time we do a crossword. It's for the sake of the people who watch ads. They don't want to miss important content, and I respect that. And I very much want to be good to them. So I'm sorry you're stuck with this. All right, welcome to 3 minutes of crossword with Resorty. Number 1 across. Blank your pardon. Surely it's a beg at your pardon. Oh, that's bet. Beg at your pardon. Ice spices genre. So the only spices I know are the Spice Girls. Because it's 3 letters, I assume it's rap or emo, but I don't know which one. So on the downs here, we have hazardous household gas. Radon. Our house in Nebraska had a radon detector in the basement and a radon mitigation pit, which is like a little hole in the basement where you can look down through a plexiglass cover and like see, I don't know what happening, but radon. That's what it is, rap for Ice Spice. Maybe after stream today, we should listen to some Ice Spice music and critique it. Speaking of which, the other day in class, I made a joke about being a Tay-Tay superfan, a big fan of Taylor Swift, because the students were talking about whether we should encourage people to buy organs. And someone said, yeah, people who have money should be able to extend their life through buying organs. Fine, whatever. And I said, okay, how about if I freely give it? How about if I say, I love Taylor Swift more than anything, Tay-Tay fan, super fan. Should I be able to give my body parts up to her to continue her life as long as possible? And students were like, not sure. But one student thought I said not Tay-Tay, but Tay-K, who apparently is a rapper who's been in prison for murder for a while. And, yeah, she thought that we should not give our bodies to murderers. Fun. Parliament decree. So it could be like aye or yay, or nay, I suppose. Though I think of decrees more like bills or laws. Law, probably. Reggae precursor. Before there was reggae, there was... I don't know. There's like the music with the drums, steel drum music. No idea what it's called though. Let's go to downs and see what happens. A pear with a russet skin. That's a Bosque pear, I think. Trade show. Yeah, not sure. Palindromic household brand. That's OXO. I don't know how it's said, but the trade show is at an expo. Disappearing from public view. Going radio silent. I have no idea. Palindromic, mathematician Lovelace. That's Ada Lovelace. Pounded with a fist. Banged on, maybe. We have box full of bucks. Box full of bucks. So bucks are kind of deer. It could also be money, of course. Box full of money. Not sure. Maybe law's wrong. Casino token. These are called chips. So law is incorrect. We then have yellowfin or albacore. It's a kind of fish. I don't know if it's a particular kind of fish, but CF would make no sense. Oh, it's an act. Instead of a law, it's an act of parliament. So probably the yellowfin setter is a tuna. And then box full of bucks is still not sure. Pound with a fist. Thumped, possibly? Oh, the box full of bucks is an ATM. Ah, delightful. All right. So, still not sure what reggae precursor is, but plunge made by Greg Louganis. I think he's a high diver, but I really, really don't know anything past that. John Wick star Reeves. Keanu? Its thing is Keanu Reeves. Wing It on Stage. That's ad-lib, surely. Oh, ska. Ska came before reggae, that's right. I always think of ska as like mid-1990s, like trombone music. But I think ska has a long history in Jamaica before that. It sounds quite different. I think thump seems right here. And then this is animal, vegetable, or mineral. That's not how you spell that word. Mineral. Retired boomer. Retired boomer. The boomer could be someone who blows things up. I don't know. Sure, this is panini for pressed sandwich. Good. Wiretapped maybe. Spied on. I'm just intending to finish the top section here, and then we'll return to video game time. What's up, Anubis? Disappearing from public view is definitely going. I don't know what it is past that right now. Love dearly is a door. Bear called, Bear called Zhong Mao in Mandarin. That's panda, presumably. Can we get these two? We have here plunge made by Greg Louganis. Spiral something maybe. Member of a high IQ society. Is it a men's sin? I don't know if it's an E or an A. We'll see. Frosted Sentry! Thank you for the resubscription. I appreciate it. Hopefully you enjoy watching some crosswords. Good. But Sentry, good vibes to you, my friend. Thank you for being here. Means the world. Rudely ignore. That is a snub. Sprint? Something? I have no idea. So, retired boomer. The Concorde. The Concorde jet does sonic boom when it flies. And then last one for now. Flipped out. Gone. Mad. Business schools econ. That's good. And here we have massive in scale. Epic. Oh, gone ape. Gone ape. I don't think that's something anyone's ever said in their entire life. A key near the right brace, bracket, what it's called. That's enter. All right, and there we go. A good start on today. Let's go and pause it there. Definitely today's crossword is feeling a little harder to me than usual. I struggled with something early that I think slowed us down. Anyway, here comes some talking time again. Welcome back to the world of being able to chat. About an hour or so, we'll return to this one and see what happens. Oh, F- no is for emote-only mode, not for crosswords. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sure there are people who want to type things like, Resorty, this is a chatting stream. I'm sorry. Back in the day, there used to be a way for streamers to make multiple chat rooms inside their chat room. So you could have like a special room for subscribers or a special room for like talking about spoilers. And we tried them, and no one would use them. Not no one. Very few people would use them. But I think Twitch ended up phasing them out because in general people were not using them. But yeah, if those are still around, I would definitely make like a chatting during crosswords page where you all could go and talk about solutions and so on, and I would not be able to see them then, and I'd be okay. Yeah, back in the day, 1963. That's right. This may be unreachable here. Oh gosh, there's a plug slug stuck in the wall? I'm so sorry, friend. How did that happen? Oh no. Operation Save the Plug Slug is now underway. I don't want to destroy everything there, just the wall. Oh boy. Alright, so destroy the wall. Free that plug slug. It's wriggling, it's trying to get free. Ta-da! And we'll definitely mark it to wrangle. Even though this will probably be overfilling this room. Yeah, this room is definitely overfilled already. Current load is 13.3 watts. That is because the plug cells are not charging it. We'll see if eventually overloads. Okay. This is reachable via corner building, which I usually try not to do, but in this case I'm okay with it. Alright, on the other side of things, where we are trying to figure out the issue with our water source. This way, look, the water's full. It's amazing. We made our monstrosity here. Okay, so what we want to say is, if in this spot there is... Oh, you know what? Now that this is flowing correctly, and I don't have backflow happening this way, we actually don't need polluted water or normal water, because right, only normal water would get here. Anyway, I already built the 2 and the nice ore gate, so we're going to say, if you are polluted water or normal water, which it is, flips on. That will end up sending a no to here, which is not yet plugged in. Where is their power? Where is their power? All right, plug her in there. And that will then stop the water coming from below, which will ensure the water can go through here. Now, as you see, something's amiss here. This is the one that is meant to check, have germs somehow made it? This might be backwards. So what it's supposed to be doing... Are you not plugged in? Do you not automate wire to here? We did. Good. So this is a buffer gate. It continues a green along. So send a green signal if there is... Green signal opens, sends it through, does not send it through again, sends it home. So, okay. The way this is set up sends green signals if there are no germs, and that's correct. However, while there are germs, it sends nothing, which should then mean it flows through. But it's not flowing through. Is it possible these pipes are not connected? These pipes are connected. All right. So, with this closed, it is closed, right? It is closed. With this closed, I thought the liquid would go this way, which it, I think, was doing previously. I might need your help in some diagnostics here. It's definitely closed. When closed, they run through, as we're seeing right here. All right, team. Welcome to Diagnostics with Resorty. Why is this water not flowing past here? Any clever ideas? I was relatively sure it would work this way. Now, the one difference I'm seeing on this side is... it does not go into a bridge, right? It just flows into a normal pipe instead, which I can set up, right? I can set it to go over here instead. And then bridge just after that, maybe. The reason it's bridged is to... Oh, we actually don't need the bridge anymore, right? What the bridge does is ensures that... I don't recall what. Trace the exit line to ends it cut somewhere. Looks like no. Looks like no. Let's hit somewhere there. Hey, Kiwi, casual Friday? Yeah, it's Saturday morning here. On Saturday mornings, I do not wear a tie, or jacket for that matter. If it's a little bit cooler, I'll wear a robe or a cardigan, but I don't have any warm weather overclothes right now for casual Saturday morning. Huh. Okay, I'm gonna actually just like run straight through it and see, have I screwed something up somewhere? It appears to not be cut, but you never know, right? Okay, it looks good. It looks good. What is pipe made out of? Whatever they are made out of, just remake it with the same thing. But I think, unless they're like completely missing pipe, is the right side connected to the valve at left? Wait, right side connected to the valve right, rather. I mean, here? It appears to be, but I'm happy to try that also. I don't know. I don't think the bridge would be screwing it up. This is right. That's an output. So it's not trying to flow this way. And this is backing up in the way we wanted. So I'm delighted to say that this thing is set up correctly. Except 5 seconds actually is what I want. I want to continue the off signal here for 5 seconds if there's an on signal on either of these, or potentially both. It's just, why is that not flowing? Okay, I'm going to remove the bridge. I think this should be working, but just in case that's the problem, we can just pipe straight through instead and see. Is the green output from the bridge stopping it? Which one? From this? I don't think so. I'm not quite sure what the issue is, but I'm not sure I make that insulated. That makes no sense. Doing our own diagnostics. Welcome to Oni Science. The one to the right of the valve. Oh, here you're saying. Well, so I would understand how that might stop it up if this were open. But because it's closed, it should be flowing straight through. I think. And this is definitely disabled. Enabled is open, disabled is closed. So it should be running past. I've made a loop so there's no exit from the valves. So I think what should be happening, and I'm happy to say I'm wrong if so, I think what should be happening is if there's... what I want to have happen is we germ sense here. If there are germs here, they go in this way. There's then another germ check. If there are not germs there, they go this way. If there are not germs here, they go through. So it's a loop, yes, but it has an out also. This is still not flowing, so it's not a problem with that gate. Let me cut this and see if it flows fine. If so, we might need to have something here. Oh, this is backwards. Maybe. Do I say here? Input, output. No, we don't say here. If they have germ bladder testing again, because with the amount it's open, I think that some clean water could get through. And so I want to have a check on, is there clean water? And if so, that gets sent back out. All right, let me try cutting this and see if it fixes it. It does. Okay. So it is the case that it's confused about what we want here. I think. I think. And so we can throw a bridge in that will help with that. Yeah. Okay. And then cut the pipe right here. And connect these. Bridges are the best things ever. Alright, so this part is working now. Not sure this building are destroying. Destroys might have a little bit of a dump on the ground there. Or just partially built, maybe? No idea. Alright. I'll need to snip the line of the bridge or water return to the bridge and cycle around. You mean right here, yeah? I'm not sure which bridge you mean. If you mean this one, I totally agreed. I meant to destroy that. That one, cool. Star Guardian, thank you. No, totally agree, totally agree. And then I think we can say, behold, and it'll be working perfectly. Little mess. No mess, thank goodness. I saw some water flowing this way for a brief second, but I think it was just because we had the one moment of no bridge and still connected. Little mess. Little mess, don't you worry. Just a little mess. Kind of intended. Alright, so next time we get water from below, or from above rather, that might still be germy, I want to see what happens. So this thing is what I'm concerned about, actually. Wait, why are you not filling? This is the part that is supposed to be cleaning the germs from here. But there's no water in there. Okay, it might be I turned it off for a while, and so there was not enough liquid getting through. Those spins been spinning instead. So we'll come and check on this a little bit and see if it's functioning correctly. The top ones are filling for longer than the bottoms are emptying. So as long as we have available water, it should be okay. All right, we're gonna ignore that now. Next thing. This filter will ensure that, this filter will ensure that the polluted water here does get sent back to here and then sent around. The other question is, should I go ahead and cleanse all of this again? Because there are germs in there. And my sense is, yes, that is the responsible thing to do. Previously, we had a different pump. History would say, yes, I should. Over a long enough period of time. Oh, goodness. A pitcher pump could get that. I'm okay with the filter. The filter will definitely get it eventually. And it's a small waste of power, but this base is fine on power. So what we could do is connect here, which would then mean half the water that goes in this direction gets cleaned again. And I guess I would like that. I think it's a good idea, a really good idea, to try to run water for more germ cleaning. It won't be all of it, but be some of it. Because right now it's 50,000 germs there. And my only concern is if I just connect this straight away, will it lead to backflow? I don't want to deal with that. So let's ensure that there is no backflow by throwing a bridge there. And then connect there and there. It's not connected directly, so it won't be super greedy. Take all the water. It'll just 50-50, and that's okay. Alright, feeling good about that. Hopefully it's functioning correctly. How long do you turn back on? Alright, no water there still. Nothing is backed up. Is some water flowing down? Yes, that's coming from the desalination side. That's fine. How long do we get water here? Quite a bit of time. We're going to ignore it We'll trust that it improves itself. No worries. The other fun automation we're setting up was on the other base here. Happy to see that the base is at 1% stress now. One of my characters earlier had 75 stress yesterday. Much, much better. All right. The big automation we added here... Was it not here? Wait, I added another automation somewhere. What did I automate? The world shall never know. We did work on this a little bit also. And so, I haven't yet decided what temperature I want to use for cooling down the what's it called? The crude oil. I think I'm probably going to go for like 24 or so, 22 or so, and use it as a cooling loop on the base. And that will also cool down enough to go through to here. So let's say send in hydrogen if the temperature becomes above 22. Now, that means below 22, this thing will never turn on. And that's okay. Do we have power to here already? I don't think we do. I think this side of the base is not repowered at all. I think I'm going to add another transformer. And see if we get too much power draw. Otherwise, I'm going to throw everything on one line. That'd be very, very confusing. So, I'm going to add you as well. Inductive wire goes from there to there. I think that's reachable still. Yeah, because we can build in the wall from this side. Hello, knobs.
Oh no, are we playing in black and white?
Black and white is when it comes up when you're building wires or pipes.
Oh.
So you can see them more easily without the nonsense all throughout the screen.
Well, that's not very realistic.
It's a blueprint. It's
I mean, this whole thing is amazingly realistic, except for this part where
exactly right.
See exactly what's happening.
Don't worry. Lots of colors, all good.
Plus, there's like wires underground. Is this safe?
I mean,
like underwater? This is not safe.
There's nothing underwater.
What?
No wires underwater. It's all...
Oh, that's just toxic fumes?
I mean, the blue stuff here actually is oxygen. Bright blue is... Imagine
more oxygen
drinking it. It's super oxygenated.
So the part above it that's kind of yellow?
This here.
Yeah.
That's polluted oxygen. They can still breathe it, but they hate it. And this hydrogen up here. Yep. All good, all good.
Kablooey.
Kablooey. Yeah, luckily we can't spark any flames, or else we'd end up with a tremendous amount of kablooey, as you rightly said.
Oh, someone said hello. Close.
Absolutely. People are glad to see you, Noms. Hope you're having a good day.
Yeah. I just came in to tell you that Sasha Bear is sleeping so very cutely upstairs.
Did you take a picture?
Yeah, I took 2.
Would you mind emailing them to resorty@gmail.com?
Okay.
And then we can show chat and gotta pay that cat tax, right? You can't mention
Cat tax.
cat tax. You can't mention a cat on stream without showing pictures of the cat on stream.
I thought I'd just hold my phone up to the...
You could do that, but you want to see pics? They're coming, I promise. Yeah, Sasha Bear's been kind of up and down recently. 2 days ago, we thought she was in really, really bad shape. She didn't seem to respond at all when we came and petted her. Like, she was breathing still, but it was, today, though, she seemed like really friendly and happy to see us, and was happily purring and bouncing around and so on. So
yeah, last night she played a little bit.
She did. Yeah, she chased after her toys, and it's always great to see. So
I have sent it.
You've sent it, okay.
I have also volunteered your class for observation. Did we talk about this, or did I volunteer it with a...
We talked about this months ago.
Okay.
When is when is the student coming to my class?
It would be not a student, but a potential hire.
When?
Either Wednesday or Friday.
So Friday I'm giving an exam,
Okay.
and Wednesday is an informal review session.
Okay.
Which I mean to say, like, the students will be like working on their papers, and then if they want to come ask me questions, there is no class to see.
Okay.
I mean, I can fake a class if you want me to.
That's okay. I'll just.
I'm very sorry. No, next week is nonsense week.
I won't tell our colleague that it is nonsense week, but I'll say there's exam and review.
Yeah.
Man, I'm giving an exam on Wednesday, and you're giving one on Friday, and we have a student in common. That
Absolutely,
poor guy.
absolutely.
Poor guy.
Yeah. Thank you for volunteering me. I'm glad you think that my class is worthy of observation by potentially a new faculty member. We have a great time, but unfortunately, Yeah.
Next week is not a good time.
Yeah.
That's okay. I mean, I volunteered my class on Friday, and then there's somebody else who is not doing nonsense week. There are so few of us that are actually teaching here at the end of the semester.
I mean, a lot of people do presentations, but definitely
By which I.
Yeah. All right, let me go ahead and pull up these pictures of the
Yeah.
cats.
Yeah.
So we can watch those. We'll keep that thing playing. Hopefully nothing explodes.
There it is.
Hey, thank you for the links. I appreciate it.
They're basically the same.
They can't see it.
I'm letting you know that they're basically the same picture, just one is I'm standing closer.
That's fine. We can see them both. It's called Sasha 1. And this one is, oh, what a cutie.
Oh, look, you can see that I don't have a great camera on my phone. I think if I had one of these like fancy phones like people have with like five cameras on it, it would be a really lovely photo.
I'm sure it would. All right, so
mine just has one camera.
That's
just
fine.
One.
This is beloved Sasha sleeping upstairs. Do it left or right first?
Like the right.
Right, okay.
I feel like if one is
Oh gosh, that's the world's largest picture.
it's a big picture, but it's not in
Oh boy. I swear there's a cat here in Smolin. There she is. Oh, it's Sasha Bear. Yeah, on her blue blanket, cutely covering herself.
Yeah, she was like sleeping along there. She was not yet snoring, and my camera flashes or clicks did not wake her up.
That's good. No, she's wonderful. As you can see, her hair is not particularly well groomed anymore. We wash her up sometimes, but she's not really doing the groomy thing so much. But
yeah, you can. If this were a video, you could see her side expanding as she breathes.
absolutely.
So she is alive and breathing.
Thank goodness. Yep, there's our sweet cat. Thanks for a picture of Sasha. That's really lovely.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. All right,
Yeah.
back to us. She's an old lady. She's allowed. It's true. Yeah, she's letting herself go a little bit, but having a good life. It's true. Looks like an oil painting.
It looks like an oil painting because I have like just one camera on my phone. I think the new iPhones have like 4 or 5.
Seems a little
I
absurd.
just don't know how this all works.
Yeah, I think for more and more people, like taking photos is a central thing they do regularly, and so having the best possible photo taking seems like a lot of fun.
I don't know where they all these photos go.
Yeah, I mean, I think my students show them on various social apps, just like showing, here are the things I do. I think because something they all said, it's their memory. It's the way in which they ensure that they can remember what's happening. Yep.
I have 2 questions, right?
Yep.
One, like, literally where they go. Are they saved in the cloud? Do they
I
use
see.
iCloud? Is Apple making a lot of money off of that? Do they still use Picasa? Does anybody use Picasa anymore? Or like, do they save them on their phones, and then when their phone dies, they just their purported memories die with them?
Yeah, I don't know. You
And-
guess them. That said, I'm sure they have their GeoCities site where they put these things
right.
up.
That's right.
Yep.
Oh, Picasa no longer.
That's
yeah,
too bad.
that means Apple is making all the money.
Yeah, maybe.
And then, yeah, I mean, the other thing is, people say it's their memories, but how often do they actually look back at them? Do they find some way to organize all of these things? Or is it just they know they have them?
I think that's it. Yeah, I think it's the security of knowing you have access to the thing that you might want to see in the future. I know that back in the day, people would take vacation photos and then show them on like
You put them in a slide deck?
a slide projector.
Slide carousel?
Exactly right.
There's a great Mad Men speech about the carousel.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, and I think it's in some measure a knowledge that if you want to go back and look, you can go back and look.
How often do people go back and
Again, I think it's not about do people actually do so, and more the knowledge that you could, if you
Right.
want to revisit that.
Also, I would like to know why your ladder is not connected on the left.
This one?
Yeah.
Because it's not supposed to exist. It's a temporary ladder that I have left far longer than it should be there.
Okay, because the poor little guy seemed like they were having kind of a hard time getting down and going up.
They're getting some experience points, strengthening those body parts, climbing and falling, climbing and falling. I don't want to destroy that one yet because I need to jump over.
Why is everybody frozen?
I pause the game. I pause the game when I'm thinking. And I managed to cut a wire. It's fine. It's not really plugged into anything. Yeah, happily, despite the fact that duplicants do tremendous amounts of damage to themselves at a time, They do not electrocute themselves, at least not normally.
They're called duplicants?
Duplicants, yeah. They are apparently based on scientists who were once part of a large laboratory. And then the scientists started cloning themselves. And I don't know the whole storyline, but part of it is that the clones are not nearly as well put together as the originals were.
You haven't seen Battlestar.
I have not seen Galactica.
Galactica?
Galactica. But I'm happy to admit that, sure, it's probably very similar in the way that lots of cloning movies are.
Battlestar Galactica. I like to think that it has something to do with milk.
I actually don't understand the reference.
Galactos is a...
Oh, like lactose.
Yeah, I guess. The Greek word for milk is like galax or galactose or something like that. I don't know what lactose is, and that's why I said, yeah.
I appreciate the noises you make.
Yeah, sometimes, again, sorry for those of you who are sleeping. Yeah, I don't know.
That's fine. That's fine. Absolutely.
Lactose, yeah, so I don't know.
It's okay.
It's not very often that Greek roots have the front chopped off of.
Then maybe it's actually not, and it's just one of these like false cognates.
It could be.
False friends.
Battlestar Galactica.
Alright, we were talking earlier about getting this little cute long hair slickster over. And it's like a little cute dog. Isn't it adorable?
Yeah.
Absolutely adorable.
Oh.
It flies too. It's amazing. Though in order to capture it, we need to get plastic to this base. And I talked recently about doing that, so we're going to go back to our main base. Ooh, isn't it lovely? And send some plastic over. Now, we don't have that much plastic yet, because we don't have an... You don't want to talk about the game?
I have to go tell our colleague that you have Nonsense Week going on next week.
Yeah, terribly sorry. I mean, like I said, I'm happy to meet with the guy if you want me to.
Yeah, I was going to say, we're going to have lunch, and you're welcome to join us for lunch, but nope.
No, I'm not going to skip stream.
We're gonna go to that nice pizza.
Hope you have a good time.
But I got invited.
My friends, I would not skip out on you all to go meet a new colleague. What matters is the continuation of our relationship. The new people can come meet me on their own time. What is plastic? Is it manufactured? Heck yes, it is. I so wish I could say send a limited amount through. Also, what's going on right now? What's currently going through the machine? I actually don't recall setting up anything to go through permanently. Let's see. Okay, fried mushrooms are going through forever, apparently. Though that's one of the nicer foods we have here. And I think there's plenty of food on the other side, so we're gonna stop that for now. And then yeah, only plastics going through now. So I want to watch the one plastic going through and then turn it off afterwards. Hopefully this is at least 200 kilograms of plastic coming through. Cool, thanks. Now nothing goes... Oh shoot, it has to go through before I say it can't hold anything. Some of it went through. How much is inside that bucket? Buckets appear to be non-selectable. So we'll wait on the other side and see if it's at least 200. Here it comes. It is... There it is. It's 20 kilograms. All right. Gotta send quite a bit more through, unfortunately. So back to the other side. How much is sitting on the ground here? There is 240 kilograms. So yeah, one load will be good. Can I do sweep only here? I can. And so for the moment, we go ahead and turn this back on. And then we grab the plastic here and get it dumped into here, hopefully. Awesome. Less awesome. Max, give that back. I'm going to move Max so he drops that. So mark it to sweep again. Did you already grab it again? Oh, Max is trying to take it to probably the main storage area. So move Max again. Mark it for sweeping. There we go. Finally taking the right direction, we're good. Drop on the floor once more. Max? Max? What are you doing, Max? All these say no pending deliveries. Manual use, sweep only. It's not marked sweep. That's the problem. All right, marked sweep one more time. And then... There's someone at the door speaking in Japanese. It's probably our newspaper man. I give up. I absolutely give up on how to do this. So... we'll just watch as the plastic comes through in a little bit here. The newspaper man has been trying to get a hold of us for the past week and a half. As I mentioned previously, though we live in a big city in the year 2023, you have to pay for your newspaper via cash money. And the newspaper man keeps coming by at times we're not here. I think today he finally caught us, and so we're no longer in arrears to the Japan Times. I think they're unwilling to accept payment via credit card, which keeps people in business, in jobs. I guess that's a good thing, but it is definitely a little annoying to be missed over and over again. And there was one time he came to the door when I was not here, and I did not answer the door because, or when I was here, I did not answer the door because I don't speak that kind of Japanese, and I probably could have gone ahead and done it. Maybe next time I will attempt to speak with that. There is pollution in the underwater statue garden. Yeah, we had an issue earlier of the germ room rolling backwards accidentally. So now there is a filter on the main water bucket that will get the germy water eventually. It has enough gone through yet. I don't want to take all of the plastic, ideally. The ground we now have... 500 kilograms. More than enough. Stop sending it, please. Awesome. Alright, so now we can make a little trap. Right here. There are translators on smartphones that can do this sort of stuff. Yeah, I just don't like the idea of talking to someone in a fully mediated way. I say while talking to you all in a fully mediated way. It just feels very, very strange to talk to my phone and say, here, listen to my phone. And the other person goes back. And I think in an emergency situation, I'd be fine with that. But day to day, it just feels weird to me. And so, I don't know. I think it emphasizes my not belonging. I recognize by not talking to people, I'm emphasizing that anyway. But it feels different, man. It feels different. Okay, I believe this room is set up for only normal Slickster delivery. Yeah, long hairs are not set up to go there. So I'm going to put it in the middle of the base, a place where people live regularly. Where? Use a phone with a deaf coworker voice to text. That's really cool. That's a really cool idea, kids. Yeah, I think if you're trying to be inclusive of someone at work especially, whatever you got to do, you got to do. It just needs more casual situations. I don't know. I don't want to feel bad about myself. And that's me decision. I'm choosing to feel bad, but it's okay. Hey, more plug slugs. Don't want those? Sure. Here comes some more food for our friends on this side. Hello, Noms. Welcome back.
Hello.
Was that the newspaper man?
Yes, it was.
Hey, I'm glad the newspaper man met up with you finally.
Yeah. Paid our little newspaper bill.
Thanks for doing that.
I'm taking a look at this pocket square that you have rejected.
Yeah, my recent purchase of a new bow tie also came with a pocket square, and I never, ever, ever wear pocket squares. Yeah,
it looks like it's ready for a magic trick.
Yeah, it matches the bow tie. Mail wrap bow tie next week. Why have you brought the bow tie, the pocket square to show off?
I just wanted to see what it looked like on the inside.
Cool. Yeah, I definitely threw it away because it is not something I'll ever use. And Noms got it out of the trash, which is good of you. I look forward to seeing how we use it, or if it's just going to be it's a terrible sound, or if it's going to be just sitting on the shelf forever. What are pocket squares? So when people wear suits that have a pocket right here, occasionally they'll put a little cloth piece inside of it just as a pop of color or design. But
How nice is that?
I never ever use it. Use it for fancy gift wrap. Very small gifts we could put inside of cloth. That's a good point.
Good idea.
We could wrap your lunch in it if you want to.
No, it's not big enough.
Not big enough for your lunch.
I guess.
Eat a lot of lunch.
I could get a little rice ball and put it in there, I suppose.
The onigiri.
Yes, the onigiri. Yeah, so I did break it to our poor colleague that you are unavailable.
It's true.
Oh, he's gonna be so sad. He even insisted that he knows that you're busy during lunch, but to invite you.
Generous.
Yeah, I think he wants to see you more than he wants to see me. We've talked about this before.
Yeah, it's all fine. Okay, so
Maybe he thinks you can help clinch the deal.
we'll see. It's always exciting to hire a new professor. Good luck, Noms.
What?
You run.
Thank you.
Absolutely. So we're currently taking the crude oil from way on down and rolling it way on up. Step by step.
Rolling on up.
Noms is singing the theme to the Jeffersons with different words than usual. I think it's moving on up to the east side, to that deluxe apartment in the sky. Having gotten the bathroom stuff out of here, I'm actually intending to destroy this room, I think. Though I do wonder if the tiles here are more attractive than standard tiles. Let's check and see. The tiles here are plus 11 each. Tiles here are plus 11 each also. I wonder if normal tiles are actually neutral on beauty. Plus 5 each. All right, plus 5 for standard ones. These are definitely much more attractive. So I will not destroy this room. Maybe a spare bedroom. Yeah, we'll use it for something at some point. I'll probably destroy this side, though, just so we can run through it. A little bit less attraction for a little bit more utility. Great. Yeah, let's go just dig all the way through here. It's cold on this side. But I'm intending to use Wheeze-Warts for radiation purposes here eventually. What we're actually doing right here. This bucket will occasionally kill some of the germs from this thing. Not that it really matters. And we have not overloaded this, thank goodness. The water here is doing absolutely nothing right now. We'll figure out something to do with it eventually. Also, as I said before, when this bucket fills up entirely, I'm going to want to siphon off of it into the main water bucket again. When that happens, we need to be absolutely certain that the water has been fully degermified. So I may have to actually add a second reservoir for the water to sit in for a while before it moves on. We'll see. Okay. So these are at half right now. 473, just under half. I think that we can mop at 250. So probably when it's rolled to this far, we'll be good to go. But we'll see in a second there. I'm so glad to see this moving. Hey, look at that! We managed to capture our long-hair slickster. I want to make sure we're not going to freeze it to death. You recall that earlier, 2 days ago, I froze to death a slickster, and I've never quite gotten over that. So the long hairs are comfort from 10 to 70. So yeah, actually, the very, very large range of comfort. That's nice. So our puppy dog will be just fine. And do we want to tame this thing? I don't know. I don't know if you're supposed to tame the slicksters or just have them come hang out in a nice open area. Whichever way. Here we'll deposit the long-hair slickster. And I'm going to open these doors, so if it wants to come bounce through the various places and see us, that's just fine. I prefer it not to throw itself down this way. Breathability of 27. So though it's the case that we do have oxygen pumping in like gangbusters, it is not getting to all places in the base. And so the places in the base where our dupes are hanging out are not becoming particularly well gaseated, we'll call it. One thing we can do is to add an airflow tile right there, which will freeze some through. And yeah, airflow tile here would help also. There's no particular reason for this being here anymore. I put that there when we were releasing some water from above to ensure that it didn't roll all the way down. So that will help with some more also. But yeah, lack of airflow tiles through here is surely part of the problem. And I mentioned before, these must be destroyed before they're remade as airflows. So do that. And
And we'll add an airflow tile right here also. Cool. My base is not gassy enough. I mean, for a while there, it was getting real bad. For a while there, we had red levels of O2 throughout the entire base. Now, happily, we have purple at least, and very little of it is polluted now. So we're definitely going in the right direction on all that. Gossman, you good? You can get back down again, so just stopping him. Oh gosh, hypothermia and holding breath and hungry and sopping wet and. Sorry, man. Sorry, you deserve better than this. I'm not going to give you better than this, but you do indeed deserve it. Oh boy. What'd I put ladders here, I wonder? Yeah, no idea. Oh, because these don't actually line up. That's okay, we can fix that in a bit. Don't need to dig that. Also, the friend here, we should probably free before too terribly long. Yeah, once we get the crude oil pipe up to the ATN, we'll then let our friend out and see what happens. I think today will finally be the day that we have, yeah, today will be the day we actually have the room here functioning. Gossman built the entire base by himself, not treat them. I know. Oh, 2.2 ladder. Thank you for noticing that. Thank you for noticing that. Yeah, Gossman really is the hero of this place, and how dare I act as if they're not. Hey, someone's trapped. You fool! Malpug good eye. You fool! So Gossman decided to dig from up here instead of from below, and so Gossman is now enjoying so much coldness. Now will Gossman hop down or dig from above? What's he gonna do, Gossman? Hey, good job, little buddy. So sorry, Gossman. So sorry. There's a brief alert there, which I'm guessing was Gossman began to suffocate. Why does Gossman do that to themselves? To keep things entertaining for you, to keep me on my toes. I'm sorry, little buddy. I'm so sorry. Going for a swim. Going for a swim, boss. We'll check on you in a little bit. You're gonna be fine. Anonymous, thank you for gifting a sub to our friend Malpug. Malpug, enjoy the emotes and such for 1 whole month. I know you're not a big emote user, but enjoy having a tie next to your name at least. Anonymous, thank you for the generosity to a really cool person we're glad to have in our channel. Thank you for being a friend. Okay. I'm gonna go pop over the other base real quick and see if my automation is actually working the way I think it should be working. What do you say? What do you say? Also, how long on this? 5 cycles, and then we'll see how the vacuum works there. This is not good. Okay, so this is fully backed up. I'm glad I came to look. So why is that fully backed up? Oh, video game. Can I express how much I hate you, video game? So, I thought I'd fix this. So, earlier, this really was running correctly. 'Cause I remember removing a pipe here, and then it flowed. If I cut this, it flows again. Maybe I just need to move this one closer, and then it will be okay. Because I thought what this would say is, don't flow this way, as it's an out. Yeah, when it's attached, it gets confused. So let me destroy this one more time, and then move the bridge over. You're pretty sure the valves open immediately, so I don't have to worry about errant germs or water going the wrong way. I think last time I set this up, and I might be wrong on this. Also, I was just short of pipe. I didn't mean to. Let's fix that first. I think last time... Wait, where does this go? Yeah, that's correct. I think last time I had set up, it it does open and close immediately. So when there's germs here, by the time it's moved forward, the thing is closed again. That's why I have the buffers in place to keep them open a little longer. So I think what happened last time was unless there was germs on 2 consecutive ones, it wouldn't stay open to let the first one through. So this might be overkill, but it has been working, you know, kinda sorta. Kinda sorta. Alright, the bridge gets destroyed. It's marked destroy. The timing should be as open when it needs to be. It might be. It might be. I just know that on prior times, it's not worked the way I want it to work. And so, hopefully this works. Hopefully. But I'm okay with admitting it. I might be overkilling it or actually making it not work because of... Alright, so we... that's why I'd cut that. So it is set up correctly. Oh boy. Cut this one more time. And that's... And we'd have a bridge... Okay. If I put a bridge from here to here, is that going to stop this flowing out? It might. It might. So what we're going to do... eventually it will work. Gotta keep the faith. Connect from here to here. Cut that again. It's being cut. Good. Bridge to here. Hopefully that forces direction correctly. Connect these. Connect these. I worry this is going to stop. I worry the green... Well, it doesn't... Green doesn't stop because this is green also and it has been flowing. We'll come back and check in a little bit. Maybe. All right, last time we looked at it at 50,000 germs. What is it now? Only 32,000! 32,000, so much better. Great. Little victories, friends. Little tiny victories feel pretty good. Alright, as I said, I want to make another AATN over here to... Not AATN, SPOM over here to ensure that we have enough oxygen for the other base as well as this base. And so we're going to keep on keeping on with the gradual expansion of all of it. Alright, want this part to be 1, 2, 3 tall, so the floor goes right here. Cool. And then, as usual, we plug this right here. And then we'll dig 1, 2, 3 below. Uh-oh. Hanging during mining. Okay, only this part got marked. I was ready to see the entire base being mined out. It looks like it's okay this time. Part of that will make them fall into the drink, and they can't actually get back out again. Let's make this also. And surely no one will get stuck in the water. We'll check back soon. Over in Chlorineville, hello. That part's working amazing. So that will stop the backup happening here that made our bathrooms non-functional. They're working fine again. One problem solved. A little bit of water on the floor. Let's grab that while we're thinking about it. This is not made yet. Stinky Meemaw, someone might get it. I'm going to kick it to higher priority so it gets done hopefully pretty quick. Yeah, because the water can't flow out until that's fixed again. Alright, that's germ-free. This side is not flowing, and there's very little water in it. Just after the period of cleansing. Is this actually not plugged in? Like, is the pipe cut somewhere? I don't think it's cut there. Hmm. I've changed it so many times, I would not be surprised if there's an error anywhere on it right now. Just need to fix this, though. Someone on the way with it. Hey, beloved Otto. There he comes. Adorable little Otto with his fine gas mask. We've played through about 5 cycles so far today, and I think we are in a better place right now than we were at the beginning, but it has been a slow and steady process. Almost done, brother. Just finish it. Clean those eyes out. Otto? Otto? Just finish it, please. Are you trying to fix your cute little eyes? Oh yeah, major eye irritation. Face full of irritating gas or liquid. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. All right, there we go. All fixed. So, water is now flowing. The water is being checked for germs there. This is opening. Water's going this way. So some germs got through. This is now closed. No water's coming. And so when this is passed, does this feed out? Survey says no. All right, friends, we got an ad break coming in 30 seconds. When we come back from the ad, we'll fix this section right here. I just don't know. I just don't know. I'm feeling so demoralized. We'll get it, though. All right, folks, welcome to a brief period of only mode. We're going to keep working on our Washington Post crossword. Or no. Today is Universal crossword, and then we'll see how this goes. Oh, goodness gracious. All right, so we're about the third way through. I'm still thinking about the problem. We'll figure out eventually, but man, it's slow going. Related to is akin, surely. Dressed like Trixie Mattel. I do not know who that is. When I think Mattel, I think Barbie, but past that, really no clue at all. Yeah, no idea. No idea at all. Down here then. Sound boosting gear amps. Don't discard as keep. It's raining men. Hallelujah. Wiring enclosure. There's a fuse box. There's like pipes and tubes and like plastic sheathing. I'm not sure. Stroke the fur off. That's pets. Eggs to biologist. Presumably ova. Former Bolivian President Morales. I should know that, but I'm not remembering right now. Unit of resistance. I think that's ohms. My apologies. Overindulged kid. Surely a spoiled brat. Or brat, if you prefer. It gets really bad, gets turned into a sausage. Santa Blank, California. There are a lot of Santas in California. They have the yearly convention of all the Santa Clauses. I assume it's Santa Ana, but I'm not sure. Let's see here. Dearie me. Probably oh my. Dearie me. December holiday is... Uh-oh. It's abbreviated. So, yeah, it's Xmas then. Alright, something involving oxes. Wiring enclosures. Yeah, box is correct then. Oh, it's a junction box. Junction box is the wire enclosure. Good. Opera Star is a diva. I guess that Trixie Mattel... Oh, in drag. I bet Trixie Mattel's a drag artist, I suppose. Tooth's anchor is the root. So it's Evo or Evo Morales. Spring... Greg Louganis. I really thought that... I don't know. Santa Oma? Amma? Dear Me could be Oh No. I'm not sure what it is. Frat guys. Bros? Could be bros, could be boys. I assume bros. I think it's probably Oh No. And I think we're going to do Santa Ana and hope for the best. Springboard jump? Leap? Pipe similar to hookah. Pipe similar to hookah. If only I were more into drugs. I feel like I should know that one right. Wait, mishype. There we go. Alright. So second, third is basically done. Disappearing from public view. Going, I say incognito, but Pet is definitely right. Going into hiding, maybe? Not how that word is spelled. Okay. Sudden shocks, jolts. Pigmented eyeliner is the uvea. I don't know how to say that word, but low points in nadir. Charged as an atom. Ionize, I assume. Pat oneself on the back. That's to brag. Pipe similar to hookah. I really think I should know this, but I'm not sure. Wading bird. Wading bird. I'm not sure. Place to give a cat scritches. The chin. Focus of some early farmers' worship. I was gonna say that the sun. It's not ragweed. Do farmers worship ragweed? It seems unlikely. All right, golf clubs made with steel. Are those putters, drivers, woods? It'd be very strange to have woods made of steel, but maybe they are. His driver's not going to fit. Putter's not going to fit. Oh, irons. It's the rain god. It's the rain god. Steel irons. Financial losses figuratively. I'm not sure. Wading bird. Sea. Not sure. Wading bird. Heron probably on that one. Red ink. Red ink is the losses figuratively. Good. Well balanced and sensible, and what 20, 32, and 41 across should be. So 20 is Concord, 32 across is Junction Box, 41 across is Spoiled Brat. Grounded. The Concord does not fly anymore. A Junction Box need to be grounded from like sparks and such, and Spoiled Brats grounded because they're naughty. Four Corner State, Arizona is one of the four. I'm intending to finish this one up right now, so we're not going to do any more ad breaks. All right, you win this time. All right, you win again this time, starting with an A. Like, I give up, uncle, that kind of thing, I'm not sure. Finnish brick phone brand. We actually talked about this earlier. It's Nokia. Association of Merchants. Those are guilds. Star that makes a dramatic appearance. A Nova. Was aware of is new. Villainous, evil, like the fruits of the devil. Considered to be, deem. Blank we done here. Are we done here? Only a few more down here to knock out. All right, you win this time. Kiev. For irons, I typed Irans. Okay, I give is what we want there. Not in a million years is no, never. Jockey for is to vie for. Most spoken language in the world, rather, it's English. I think Mandarin's a close second. Crane is the wading bird. And the last one we need for now is Street Tormented by Freddy Krueger. Nightmare on Elm Street. Streak. Good stuff. Apparently Greg Louganis does springboard dive. Oh, I knew very earlier he was a diver, but springboard, that's the one where you jump on and it goes spring, and then you throw yourself off. As opposed to like, what, a fixed board? Not quite sure the distinction, but good stuff, mission accomplished. I'm sure we learned a lot today. Wonderful. We got about another 15 minutes or so to stream today. It's the weekend, so we're ending a little early. Let's see what else we can get done between now and then. Good. So I know if I destroy this, it'll definitely flow again. So it's something to do with the output. And I had it back one step, and it was still not flowing correctly. Emergency. Suffocation. No breathing. Right. Right. Resorty, you did this to yourself. Okay. If we cut that one, they can get out, I believe. Go, go, go! Bum-ba-dum-bum. Saving yourselves. Oh, poor little buddies. Poor little buddies. Ragweed. Farmers must worship the ragweed. What did I put on the left side of the shutoff? Where is that? Right here. What did I put the bridge on the left side shutoff? Okay, so the issue earlier, the issue that started the whole nonsense today, was I had liquid flowing back this way. So unless I have some way of declaring that liquid cannot go this way, it's going to try to go this way. My hope was having the output would ensure it never flowed back this way. That's why previously I had it here. Did I? Oh, I actually don't know anymore. Okay. I have one more idea. This will surely solve it. If I do not attach here, instead of a bridge that, I don't know, goes somewhere else and then flows in, it will guarantee not backflow. So I think this will work, he has said for the 14th time today. Bridges are fun. Do I need pumps to push fluids in the pipe? No spots. So it's the case that any place that there is an input and output, it provides motive force, I think. I actually don't know what caused liquids to move. Like, there's a pump in one place, and the pump's job is to force the liquid into the pipes. But I actually don't know what causes it to move. Surely, though, it'll move based on... Yeah, so now it's moving again. But just that it's not correctly connected there. Once that's empty, we're going to cut it again. That's not cutting. What's the button again? Left Shift D. That is delightful. All right, so this is no longer connected. So we're going to want to just connect you straight away. Fine. And then what we need is that, I think, will work. And then connect like so. I believe that this will not work. All right. So what I set up there was to have it backflow with no further check. What we need is this right here. So because bridges are greedy, if it opens, it will flow this way. If it does not open, it will flow this way, and then it can't roll back here. And I believe this will fix it for all of time, and we'll never need to change anything ever again. Oh, beloved friends, what are we doing? And now that we've made this more and more complex, I really do wonder if there's some much more simple way to do it. But if it works, I'm happy. And that is what counts for sure. I was going to say also, there might be a problem here with not being able to flow the water forward, but that's why we have this thing set up to stop the water for 5 seconds. And in the course of 5 seconds, at least this pump will dump, and then refill, and then again stop for 5 seconds. There should not ever be a backup here. Now, we see backups are happening down the line, but they're not backing up in the bathroom. That's the important part. All right, good luck on that. And then, this is getting made cool. Let's continue doing that. Definitely a little lower priority to get it finished. These are all getting made out of gold. So no those. We'll put the door in. How adorable. Got him. Attach the wires between here and there. And we no longer need this ladder. and we need power and water pipes also. Still unreachable, really? I think they can build from here to there. We'll see in a bit if that's made. If not, we'll figure it out. Okay. Okay. Is it all made? Liquid is happily flowing. Grand. It is not backflowing. Grand. In just a moment here, this will open. I'm thinking I'm going to open it prematurely. Yes. So this is now totally germ-free. This is going to turn on a very long time from now. Okay. Just for the moment, I'm turning this on forever. So liquid begins to pump. The first bit is probably germy. The first bit is not germy. So this part's not being used, which is fine. But it's working okay. I'm going to go ahead and set this back to run for 30%, which will turn it off again. Good. On this side, this is definitely germy right now. So I'm going to go ahead and let a little bit of germy water out. Good. And we'll see, does the germy water get caught? It does. As it gets caught, it goes to here, which should turn off this. It does. Water stops flowing. Water comes through. Water keeps flowing. It works. It works. Will it kill all the germs? I don't know. But behold, it actually works. It at least works as I intend it to work. Is that good enough? I have no idea. What's the line of 3 germ sensors? It's actually only 1 germ sensor. The other 2 are liquid sensors. So this is how we're turning off this thing here. So if there's polluted water or normal water, we then send a buffer for 5 seconds of turning it off. That way we're sure that this pipe is not get overloaded so that this is not able to flow in. Because if this continuously runs with no stop, then this could potentially back up. And if it backs up fully all the way to here, then all the liquid flows through, including potentially germy water. So that's the check. Hopefully it works. Ash, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. I'm glad you're delighted by my work there. I am too. I am too. Alright. Very happy about that. Over the moon, in fact. Over the moon. What did I do? I put the floor 1 too low here, didn't I? Yeah, most certainly I did. I know you just worked so hard, Otto. I know what you did. It's okay, we'll double thick it for now and then figure it out once we dig down once more. Any place has the water to go? There's a fair filled amount. Earlier we had a pump here for pumping water. Now it's just kind of hanging out. So we'll actually pop one in and dig down some so that the Duke buddies are able to get access to the iron on there, surely. Chlorine gas on the outside liquid tank kills germs inside. Yes. This is a mechanic I did not know, did not understand. Explained to me, and yeah, I really thought that in some ways different kinds of liquids or phases of matter would need to find some way to touch. But I think it's actually the case that if like chlorine in gaseous form is over top of germy water, it will not kill the germs. So I think only these kinds of buckets allow you to interact between phases of matter but there may be other ways to do that I don't know about. I mean, of course, like temperatures exchange between phases of matter, but as far as cleaning goes, yes, reservoirs will get cleaned by gas outside. Yeah, absolutely right. There's some possibility of people getting stuck here. We'll see what happens. We'll see. Temperature here is 11 degrees. So we're pumping brine down, really cold brine. Soon enough, once we hit here, that will stop. We have a temperature here is significantly colder than we'd like it to be. What temperature can our plants take before they begin to freeze very sadly? Down to 5. Okay, so 7 degrees is actually okay. We might want to find some hot things to move in there before too long. We'll see. With that all functioning here, we'll come back and work on oxygen again in a little bit, but let's continue working on this part of the show as well. Okay, as of right now, it's sending a red signal until the temperature is above 22. To rate 22, we're going to have to get the crude oil pumping through, and that's our goal for the rest of today, is doing that. All hooked up? Okay. And then we turned this off entirely before. If you put brine on a hot surface to get steam and salt, I think so. We can look at the phase change on brine. So brine liquid, if it's heated to 102 degrees, does indeed produce steam. And my guess is it drops the salt also, though I don't see it saying so here. But yeah, I'm guessing that getting steam throws salt on the ground. I haven't done too terribly much with intentional phase changes. As right now, places where it changes from gas to solid or from liquid to solid cause huge problems with what I'm doing. Okay. I was about to turn this thing on and start pumping hydrogen over, but I recognized that the pipe will just fill up, and then there'll be wrong gas there, and then there'll be no more space for hydrogen to go. So I think I should probably make a bucket for hydrogen to hang out and to hold on to, and I guess this area right here would be fine for that. So let's go ahead and throw up a couple of reservoir buckets just to provide some more space. Let's do 3 of them. Let's be a little bit greedy today and go all the way. This will eventually allow the oxygen out. So eventually this will start flowing freely. We'll fix it before then for sure. Okay, so I don't want to run the hydrogen pipe here exactly. If I destroy this one, I believe the polluted oxygen will be removed from it, which is great. So from here, we want to begin our daisy chain of excitement. Green is out, so in there, there, in there, out there, in there, out there, bridge here. Yeah, the polluted oxygen was removed very nicely. It's great. It's not going to save all the hydrogen forever, but it'll definitely be better than having it pool in here forever, no ways. If we're not careful, the hydrogen will just continue going down through the doors and flood everything above with hydrogen. It's doing that a little bit already. I prefer to limit that if possible, though. At some point, not today surely, we'll do some work to get all the hydrogen out of here cleaned up. As of right now, there's actually no gas flow at all. The reason for that is earlier I was concerned about having some of this melt and depressurizing the whole base. I think we can open the door now and not feel bad about that. because none of these are melting. For now, at least. I'm so glad that the water does not get into the dirt and cause mud, and then the mud falls. that'd be some tricksiness. But yeah, it's nice. All right, and then we can look and see, is this finally moppable here? Nope, not quite yet. How much is that now? 315. All right, we continue with the rolling on the river. Doot. There may be a very healthy fish population above the slug room. Yeah, there definitely is. They're enjoying the space exposure. They enjoy looking at the night sky. Are they irradiated fish? What do you want to bet they're irradiated fish? Or are the fish smart enough not to hang out the radiation? Are they going to turn into... oh, who's that fish from The Simpsons? The one with 3 eyes. I've forgotten his name now. But I wonder if radiation causes mutations in this game also. Where mutations are understood as what kind of egg is produced. Blinky! Thank you. Blinky the fish. Who has been nicely changed by the... nuke plant. That's it. Overcrowded time to go fishing. Like I said before, I've never had a functional Pacu farm. If we're gonna have a Pacu farm, I don't want it up here, clearly. What's this one? Oh, the gulpfish. So gulpfish apparently is turning polluted water into normal water. I like that. I like that a lot. I guess we could throw a gulpfish into this and also throw a Wheezewort in there. And the combination of the Pacu, or the gulpfish and the radiation killing Wheezewort will make this water consumable on its own eventually. We can then automate to check for both germs and water type and pump in circles until it shows up, but not needed quite yet. I'm sorry, Gospin. I'm sorry. It's still terrible there, isn't it? Oh, it's getting close. Getting close. Still too much. I thought it was at 250. Maybe not. This part, surely moppable. Great. Or is it keep on going until eventually it's moppable? Oh, goodness. Alright, so we then want to run this, I guess, just up the rest of the way to here. And like I said, I ideally want this to be a cooling loop. No, I'm going to have this first one feed oil to the main base. And I don't know where we're going to need to cool down in this area. I think I'm just going to set up a little bit of standard liquid pipe exposure and hope it cools down enough in passing. But not too much. At what temperature does oil freeze? -40. So as of right now, it's only -12. And I'm planning to keep it at 22 or lower here. I don't know how fast the ATN changes temperatures. Yeah, it doesn't say. It doesn't say exactly how much heat energy it destroys at a time, but we'll see what happens. And so after we've borrowed some heat from there, some cold from there, some anti-heat from there, we'll then pump on up and out to the input side. And this pipeline was dumping water previously. So I'm going to cut up to there. And then we'll just go ahead and pick it up here, I guess. Okay. And then we'll cut this also. Past here, we want to make it insulated also. If this works, if this is set up correctly, oil will be arriving at main base. It is powered up. While they're building that, we switch over to the other side. and the output is up here. And so, oil will come out of this. I do not know at what temperature it'll be. And we have not set up plastic such and so. Gotta figure out where it's gonna go. But I'll just throw it into a reservoir right now so we can see the movement of the oil and be absolutely delighted that it has finally arrived. Green is out. Red is in. It's gonna be great. Gonna be great, gonna be great. Okay. Hey, a snazzy suit. On this side, absolutely no one's wearing cool clothing. So I'm going to give it to Gossman, the one who has eternally suffered for this base. And at least that way, one character will enjoy what they see here. There's two Gossmans. Which one is here? We can tell by kind of hat. They're wearing different hats. Put your hat on. I want to see your hat. Gossman, two N's. Okay, Constructor Gossman is the one who gets it here. There we go. And this should improve Gossman's happiness, because they'll always carry some positive decor with themselves then. Oh, just have it on hand. How quintessentially American. I swear I'll use it someday. It's my strategic oil reserve. There you go. How attractive. What a nice little tie you have, Gossman. That's great. That's great. I should just set up a pitcher pump to clear it. It'd probably be much faster than moving us all over bit by bit by bit. A little up in there. And then here. What do you say? Hey, it's going! Hey, it's going! As it rolls, it's getting done. Clap, 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 clap. Great. Yeah, as it rolls over, Gossman will continuously clean it up. That's great. Gotta get started. I think that's all reachable. That's all definitely reachable. All reachable. Amazing. Amazing, amazing. I care more about pushing the crude oil than I do about the hydrogen for right now. We'll line this on up. Next time we work on this, we're going to have to get the natural gas figured out. Right now, we've already pumped enough oil that we can pump a little bit out, and that'll be just fine. As far as power goes, I have power to here. Its potential load is 970. So I'd ideally not like to put another pipe on it. Another pump on it, rather. Though, this runs kind of irregularly. This runs all the time. If we have the cruel machine going. Yeah, so we'll take it from this side instead. So how do we run that down there? Well, I could just run it down through the pipeline area, but it's probably better to maybe come down this way also. Okay, up this way. Up through the drink, possibly up through the drink. Yeah, alright, fine. This is good. This is great. So as we dig through here, it will not cause a major leak. That bottom area is reachable. Good. And we want to connect it to this side. So, go along here. Yeah, fair enough. This we'll see you later, my friend. Because of the hanging battery, I'm going to go around the side instead. I feel like it's very early game again when I'm running wires absolutely anywhere. With the vague promise that someday I will fix all of these. tiny bit more mopping. So we just connect those two together. I'm excited. I'm excited. We've been preparing for this moment for genuinely 4 streams or so. On how many streams I said, oil is coming real soon. Hello, Roz. I trademark this someday. Do I say things will happen someday pretty often? Someday I will trademark someday. Someday, someday, someday. I know there are a lot of soon emotes on Twitch. Maybe a someday emote. Though someday is a little bit long to write out. Someday, someday, someday. Big, big, big. Hey, friends are hanging out. Okay, cool. I think that's reachable by standing here. If not, they can stand here and build. Also, the poor slug egg hanging out in the middle there. I don't know. Vivilia just popped its power from 4.7 to 7.3. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Speaking of power and such, we need to get this thing continued on. Pagrax, it's great seeing you, my friend. How you been? Been an age since you caught me live? Yeah, I stream at inconvenient times. I think that might be bugged. Because if they can build this, they can definitely build... Maybe not. I guess they were standing here to build this. This feels like it should be buildable. And they definitely can reach there. But... in case not. In case not. Patrax, awesome seeing you. Hope your stream's been going well. I just stream at inconvenient times for our non-US and Asian viewers now. And Oceanic, etc. So water will get here. Power is not yet, so it will not turn on. Fine. And also want to put pipe between here and here. Fine. Gold, gold, good. Gold there also. I want to run the oxygen pipe into this oxygen pipe. I'll go ahead and run it through the floor. The water moved down. Awesome. We're going to dig below again to get access to what comes below. That's fine. Oxygen coming here is kind of warm. Has it been a problem? It's coming through at 40 degrees. That's intentional. That's intentional so that the other base, which is getting too cold, is warming up. I might want to change some of this over to insulated pipe so it doesn't heat up the base here. I don't think it's too bad, at least not yet. No, not too bad. This area, though, is getting good and warm. Though the brine pipe coming through is doing all right. I don't know how chlorine functions for transmitting heat. Probably less effectively than some other gases, which is why I think it's getting hot here now. There's chlorine all the way across. Not sure. Not sure. The pipe coming through is 19-degree water. I'm not sure. Pepper scale is not colorblind friendly. It's true. I don't know if Oni has a colorblind mode. If not, I'm sure there's a mod for it. But yeah, it is definitely scaled based on coloration from dark red or bright red to a nice light blue of absolute zero. Wait, what's this? Thermal... Are these new? I don't think I've ever noticed there are flags here before. You can change from temperature to thermal tolerance. Water is very, very tolerant. Okay, so when you go in... Okay, it's body heat retention, body heat loss. So in body heat retention, the duplicates absorb heat more than they can release. Sweat is ineffective, presumably. Body heat loss, they lose more heat. That's fascinating. Fascinating. So they get a little warmer here, and they get colder there. This is an easy way to spot bits of water that have been dumped on the floor. Huh. Has this been here for a long time? And I just never saw it before? Cool. And state change. High energy state change, stable, or low energy state change. Nearing a low energy state change. Okay, because the water is at 12 degrees, it's getting closer and closer to freezing, presumably. And then I think there's probably nothing that's heading closer to gasification. Okay, those solids are getting closer to liquids. That's really cool. That's a really, really cool thing to add. I don't know how I would use it, other than just like a quick and easy way to see, are things normalizing or getting a little weird? There are different color by modes in the graphic options. Cool. Let's check those out real quick. I know I'm trying to play the game, but I'm suddenly curious. Color mode. Protanopia. Appears to be the same. Appears to be the same. Maybe I didn't click the apply button or something. Ah, there we go. There it is. Interface changes will be visible immediately, but applying color change to in-game text requires restart. Sure, that's fine. Color button options currently in progress. If you benefit from an alternative color mode or have had difficulties with any different colors, visit the forums and let us know about your experiences. That's great. How cool is that? They want to know all about it. But here's what happens now. Ooh, so from very light lilac maybe to bright yellow for super hot. That's great. What a cool accessibility mode. What a very cool mode. Awesome. I'm going to go back to what works for me. And yeah, I love it when developers find ways to make their games more accessible and useful for folks who wouldn't otherwise be able to play effectively, at least. It is really neat. Super hot, super hot. I have not played that game. However, I know it is the most innovative shooter of all times. Okay. So, back over to Oil World. Hello, Noms.
Hello.
Welcome back from your run.
Thank you. You're still in your little cave.
I am eternally in the cave. I have not yet found true knowledge. It's true.
Oh no.
Oh no. Yeah. I'm just trying to finish up one more thing before stream
I'm
ends.
not trying to hurry you.
Oh, I know. I just let you know.
I have 2 or 3 things to share.
With me or with everyone?
Well, it could be with everyone.
Sure. What are the 2 or 3 things you have to share with
let's
everyone?
It's really nice outside, and all of the flowers are blooming right now.
That's wonderful. When you say really nice, is it sunny and warm, but not too warm?
Yes.
Cool.
It might be too warm for you.
Is that so?
It is so.
All right.
Thing 2.
2.
As a result of it being so lovely outside, there are tourists don't usually end up in our neck of the woods. I did see 2 people talking to somebody else, and that person had like a helmet cam or a selfie stick or something going on, but it wasn't on. I think they were trying to figure out how to get somewhere in somebody's directions.
Okay.
And then I saw a family. It was 2 people and an old person in a wheelchair. Usually when I see people that old, they live here.
Sure.
They're not here on touristy behavior, but they were not Japanese looking.
Oh, wow.
But
okay. That's cool.
so they might be tourists. They were taking photos of things.
That's
and
great.
I thought, oh, you know what? The nice thing about tourists is that so I know I complain about tourists,
You do complain.
but the nice thing is that they help me appreciate how nice things are, and they help me appreciate things that I've just gotten used to.
Sure, absolutely.
But for them, it's all new and magical and amazing.
Yeah, I think for people who
Yeah.
have kids, it's often the same kind of thing they experience, right? This moment of saying like, oh wow, the things I took for granted are new and
Yeah.
beautiful and exciting.
Yeah.
That's right. The tourists are the children of our lives.
Yeah, this is my evolving perspectives on tourists.
That's very good. That's very good.
And then thing 3 is clipped toenails are a lovely, wonderful thing.
Do you mean like the little parts that come off your foot?
No, that my foot is now shorter,
Oh.
and as a result, my toenails and my toes do not ram into the front of my shoe and cause ow pain.
Yeah, you've been talking about cutting your toenails for
Like 3 weeks.
3 weeks. I'm glad you finally did that.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah,
And
I don't usually let them get very long anyway. So.
good job, Noms.
But now, oh, it's lovely. Now the front of my toes, the fleshy part, is what makes contact with my shoe.
Good job.
Yeah, yeah. It's
Thank you for the
nice.
stories.
Feels nice.
That's very nice. You caught your toe on the brake pedal the other day. That's
Ooh,
brutal.
that feels terrible.
Absolutely brutal. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, and then toenails getting caught in socks, bad feelings.
Bad feelings.
Also,
It's true.
hangnails, bad feelings.
Bad feelings. It's terrible. I'm sorry.
I've had fewer hangnails since moving. In the winter, they used to get really, really, really bad in our last place.
Yeah, you dry out pretty quickly. Yeah.
Maybe it's because I don't
Drink enough
drink
water.
water.
Yeah, Noms is a terrible non-hydro kid.
So were you actually driving barefoot, or were you, did you have, like, sandals? Rah. I don't have my glasses
Rallius.
on.
Rallius is the name.
Rallius.
Looks like the pipe is basically made. As you know, I do occasionally drive barefoot myself.
Which is illegal, I've
See,
heard. I've heard it's illegal.
I'm sure it is, but I'm a bit of a scofflaw, as you might be aware.
Yeah, maybe it's because I can't actually, like, reach the pedal as well, so I need that little extra inch there.
Poor Noms.
I crushed my big toe at work and lost the nail, and it's just now back to mostly normal. That happened to a friend of ours. He usually wears steel-toed boots when he's moving stuff around, but he wasn't that day, and he dropped something on it, and it I don't know what it did to him. I think it kind of broke it,
That sounds awful.
but I think it's mostly back to normal as well. You take the flip-flop off your driving foot. Yeah.
People seem to suggest it's not illegal. Telling urban legends, myths,
Maybe it depends on the...
to keep you down, comma
maybe it
man.
depends on the state. Like, I'm sure in California it is not illegal. Because everybody wears flip-flops in California.
Maybe so.
That's my image of California is people wearing, like, linen suits with flip-flops.
People in California are just people. They don't all belong in a TV show.
Beach or Ocean State. They
Got
don't
it.
really allow it. I've lived in Florida once, but I was not of driving age.
That is true.
Oh.
Yeah. Welcome back, Cam. How's it going? We're just about to say goodbye in a little bit here. But I want to get one more thing done. It's getting done very, very slowly. So I have many fewer constructors here than we probably need.
Ooh, first-time chatter.
Hello, Super Hash. How's it going?
What?
You were allowed to...
Am I not supposed to? Am I supposed to just be cool, man?
I mean, you do you, fam. I tend not to announce, like, it is your first time talking. I'm responding to your first time talking, but if you want to, it's cool. Some streamers definitely do, like, hey, we have a brand new person in chat right now. If you want to welcome them, that'd be great. I tend not to do the call to action thing, though, because it feels pushy to me.
I was just excited.
That's great, though. I mean, I'm excited also. I just don't show it the same way. But yeah, Super Hash, good seeing you.
No, everybody must show their emotions in the same way I do, otherwise they're not real.
That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, part of being a good streamer apparently is like calls to action. Like, if you were enjoying yourself, please put a follow in now. You know,
Really? That makes a good streamer? That, like, if I hear that, I'm like,
good in some sense. It's a sense of being like actively attempting to improve the stream, actively attempting to
subscribe, follow, comment.
build it, etc., etc., etc.
That's like when we're told that, you know, being a good teacher is like, you're teaching an online class, you could be like, and if you agree with this, please, thumbs up now, folks.
Exactly right. Yeah, I think like it's important to find ways to encourage people who want to get involved. But my trust on my sense on Twitch is that most people have been doing the Twitch thing long enough that they know full well that if they want to follow, they can follow. They know full well that if they want to subscribe, they can subscribe. And so I think like reminding folks just feels pushy to me, like I said.
It feels pushy to me too.
Pag, you're absolutely right. It does work. Like there are definitely studies, research on people who do and do not say like, comment, subscribe, that kind of thing. On YouTube, you do get more engagement if you encourage engagement.
Well, maybe it's because there are like 11-year-olds who don't know how things work yet. I mean, the world is always coming up with new youngsters.
It's true. It's true. Yeah.
Except in Japan. Not new youngsters in Japan.
It's true. It's true. But yeah, I mean, I think that partially just like being reminded, like, oh yeah, I could do it, I guess. Though I do wonder if the people who've already done it, or are like us, perhaps, will say like, oh, because you've reminded us, I'm now unfollowing. In fact, because you reminded us it is against my religion to follow. Yeah.
Oh no, those people are unhappy.
They're not eating happy food. They're eating food that's okay.
Can I make expressions like that when I get fed things I don't really like?
Yes, you
That's
can
just okay?
scrape at your tongue, trying to get the awful taste off, possibly. Yeah. All right, so little Ellie building as fast as she can. Still probably about 50 or so construction jobs left there. Gossman is also, I believe, a constructor first and foremost. Yes. Let's see here. Gossman down here is job one digging. I don't think there's any digging jobs. I'm going to bump Gossman to job one building also to get building done a little faster. You're pretty sure it's an illusion from the camera that there's a 2-foot height difference between us. Just over a 1-foot height difference. Yeah, Noms is 5 foot tall. I'm 6'1" something like that.
I'm kind of slouching and I'm off the side of the mat.
It's true. Yeah, so Noms is not on the standing mat. I'm standing mat, and the mat probably adds 2 or 3 inches or so. Yep. Come on, guys, you can do it. We gotta get Wirely down here also. Oh man. I was already priority 7. I'm not gonna push priority any higher on any of that. I could send a whole bunch of better quality constructors over from the main base, and they will hate their lives here. But as long as they don't lose their minds, it might be okay. What level of morale does everyone have here right now?
Well, they had to eat food they didn't like, so...
Yeah, but the people at the second base are much lower level, and so need many fewer bits of happiness to survive. That's a little Meep. Oh, little Meep. We got Meep, I don't know, hours and hours and hours ago, and I never leveled him up at all. Poor little Meep has only 1 morale need. All right, little Meep, it's time for you to become the world's greatest farmer. You would enjoy that. We'll also give little Meep the ability to carry more things. There we go. Meep is reasonable level of morale now. You can also see here that little Otto needs some levels also. I see you have a question in chat, Noms. Can you read that, or should I read that for you?
Yeah, how far did I run, and what music, if any, do I listen to while running? So today I just ran just under 3 miles. No, 3.27 miles or so. Yeah. So yeah, on Saturdays I tend to, there's a little path near our house that has flowers and trees and such, and it's like a little walking path. It's quite pleasant and quite wide, and a lot of people use it for running on, so I ran there. It was lovely.
Yeah, because many of the streets here are pretty busy, full of people all the time, and cars going back and forth.
Yeah.
And so it's a nice walking area that doesn't have
Yeah.
much busyness, but it's really beautiful.
Yeah.
No.
And what music did I listen to? So usually I listen to like a mix of various things. Today I had actually downloaded a bunch of podcasts, but I didn't listen to them. And instead I was it last night? I was reminded of a country artist I used to listen to, and I was like, oh, I haven't listened to his stuff in a while. And so I downloaded not like downloaded. Sorry, it's I don't have unlimited data here in Japan because I've heard it's gotten cheaper, but it used to be hellishly expensive.
Yeah.
So we didn't get unlimited data. So whenever I want to listen to something when I'm out in the world, I have to download it. So anyway, I synced the best of, and I was listening to that,
Well, the clear question-
reliving the aughts.
The question then is, which artist are we listening to?
It was Brad Paisley.
Brad Paisley.
Reliving my aughts.
Do you think one ought to relive the aughts?
I don't really remember much of the aughts. I mean, I was dissertating for most of it and then trying to earn tenure for the other part of it. So.
How it goes. Yeah. Very soon more auction there. A bit ago we glanced at the chlorine room. It appears to be working correctly. Namely, nothing is backing up that was backing up before. That's
good.
It's great.
Backups are bad.
We had an absolute disaster at the end of yesterday's stream. Major backup caused huge problems.
Oh, that sounds gross.
Earlier we had 50,000 germs inside our pool.
What is Lindsay doing?
Now we have only 15,000. Big improvement.
What is Lindsay doing?
Lindsay's going for a little run. Lindsay has a little treadmill there. We don't need this power production. This is an early game power production. But it does also give the dupes points in skills so they can level up more and more and more.
I was worried that you had enslaved Lindsay.
In early game, it seems that way. In early game, they just run for the greater benefit of us all.
But Lindsay is having a good time right now.
I mean, look at the determined face.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is
Listening to some Brad Paisley.
absolutely. Not quite a garden path, not quite a beautiful place, but nonetheless, having a good time for sure.
Who's not getting enough fiber? Am I not getting enough fiber?
If we have backups.
Oh, I see.
Ho, ho, ho.
Gotcha.
Ho, ho, ho.
I mean, I don't think I get enough fiber.
Thank you.
We have 2 heads of lettuce upstairs that we have.
We can eat that instead of going to Zoom Zoom Sushi. No, no, no. We go to Zoom Zoom
Yeah, I
Sushi
was like,
today.
that sounds terrible.
I'm very excited getting sushi
Are you
today.
really? Because you didn't seem excited earlier, so I thought maybe you really didn't want to go. And I was twisting your arm.
I did not want to take away from your joy. That's the facts. Where's our long hair? Oh no.
What is that? That looks like a garbage area.
I'm sorry? Which area?
The right in to the right there, in the middle of the screen now.
This?
Yeah, what is that?
This is actually an
That looks
industrial...
like a tub, a bathtub on its side.
It's a cryo tank. We can see one down here. There's a friend inside this.
Oh, and
We
they're
can go
frozen.
free them. Exactly right. They've been there for
We
thousands
can
of
free
years.
them or freeze them. Ha 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 ha.
Yeah. In fact, I will go ahead and free it just so you can see the fun interaction that
Are
happens.
they coming out naked?
No. Dupes are never nude. Dupes are always wearing clothes. At least have their little jean shorts on underneath the clothing.
Jean shorts.
Never nude.
Speaking of country music, I feel like that's a 80s era country music thing.
Maybe.
Jean shorts.
What was I thinking of?
Hi.
Something I was doing here. I don't know. No worries. All good. Getting
Remember jeggings?
jeggings, jean leggings.
Yep. Jeggings.
Slickster, thank you. Where did that Slickster go? There was a long hair Slickster that I moved up here. Oh, there he is. There he is. He's hiding behind the pile.
There's that little puppy.
Yeah, and so we can see that decor increases in the area where they are. Plus 50 to long hair Slickster. I wonder if it'd be a better idea to put the long hair Slickster not in an area where we live regularly. It's already decorated, but somewhere it's kind of ugly looking.
Does it want to be there is the question.
I mean, it's a pet, and as you know, we force pets to be inside of our homes. We say, no, Mr. Fritz, you may not go outside. You want to, but it's not good for you. No. And we deny the pet autonomy.
He doesn't want to go outside.
He doesn't, but I was making a general comment on pets. Some pets do want to go outside, and we say no. Yeah, how it goes. All right, this area looks really, really ugly still.
Does it? Oh,
The
sorry.
decor page, bright red. Christmassy. Red means bad, green means good enough. Super green means great. Could not be better if it tried.
So it's time to put your pet there.
I could, but I don't want to make any changes other than endless building. We're so close. So close. Still no power here.
These graphics are.
Yeah, that's often how this goes, right? The game is often like really, really adorable, and then suddenly it's a physics simulator.
Yeah.
That's how it always goes. Like, I'm loving it. It's so cute. Look at the little cute buddies work. And then kind of all at once, little buddies are just dying of heat. This one wire has not been made. I know not why.
Was Sasha ever let outside in her younger days?
Possibly before I got her, but for so long as I've had her as part of my life, she has not ever been outside. That's not true, actually.
Occasionally.
Yeah, so we take her outside intentionally sometimes onto the porch or onto a balcony, and she likes smelling the fresh air. We keep her in an area where she can't get into trouble.
That said,
Back in a couple houses ago, I had her friend stay over.
oh, that wasn't what I was thinking about.
That
Okay.
was too. My friend the anarchist, maybe you've heard of before, and one night he was sleeping on the couch, and she apparently was acting like she wanted to go outside, and so he let her outside without checking if I was okay. And apparently she was outside for a couple hours. I'm very glad she didn't run away or get run over. And then also, yeah, there was a night not too long ago, a month or two back, where we left the balcony door open for, I don't remember how long.
Yeah.
Not terribly long, but apparently she scooted outside, and then
And then we closed the balcony.
we closed the
door.
balcony door, and she's out there probably for a couple hours.
Yeah, later we're like, where is Sasha Bear? Where is Sasha Bear?
Yeah, but no, she's not an outside cat. I know some people do have outside cats, and that's great, but it's definitely not
That they're not.
That they're
you
not.
would
Yeah,
they're
yeah.
not accustomed to
And,
it.
and Tokyo would not be the place for it. Stray cats here can be just killed outrightly.
That said, on the little path that I run, there are 2 stray cats that live along there, and I swear they are the best fed cats ever because everybody stops. And, like, there are these little old ladies who bring, like, cat food and feed them, and then people pet them, and yeah.
They showed Noms the pick. So Chemstray recently made some red bean paste. They're on Discord if you want to check it out.
Oh.
But no, I tend
I
not.
will take
I,
a look.
I irregularly tell Noms things are happening in Discord because I don't want to make Noms' life even more complicated. Do this, do that.
That's all Nom's life is.
I don't want to add to it though. Right?
Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
right now I've got to do this in the back of my head right now.
I mean, you're welcome to do it, of course.
Oh, I know, it's just a reminder to myself, hey, those people are happily eating.
No,
Oh.
they're gonna be unhappy when they're done eating.
Oh no.
They're filling their
Are
gobs.
they at Zoom Zoom Sushi? I don't know. Rowan looks pretty happy.
Oh, apparently not complaining. That's good. I thought they would complain at eating those, but not so bad. I see food's getting quite low here again, so we'll once again request food coming on the other side. There's an ad coming in a minute. This is the part where I'd usually
Oh,
crossword.
look at those koalums.
The koalums?
Koalums.
These?
Those statues?
They're statues.
They're lovely. There's
Yeah.
so many.
Yeah,
Oh, look, it's the Mona Lisa.
yeah. It's the Dupa Lisa.
And then that's the kiss. That's Gustav Klimt's kiss. And
Yeah.
that's,
Saturn eating its child.
yeah.
Yeah. There's
That's
lots
great.
of duplicated art that is
That's lovely.
based on historical ones. Frida Kahlo, of course. And
Frida Kahlo.
and there's Son of Man somewhere, and yeah, lots of really, really fun stuff. Scream,
Uh-huh.
yeah. If you never see this game in great detail, there's a lot of cleverness that the creators have included. It's really fun to see. Really fun to see. All right. So I want to seal this in.
Chemstory, when I am back at my phone, I shall take a look at those photos.
Yeah. I don't want you to feel like you have to check out Discord though, because I think it's a fun thing to check out, but it's the kind of thing that can become an obligation
I
for you.
mean,
And
it is quite lively.
it can be. It's,
Yeah,
it's a nice
compared
place.
to the other servers I'm on, but it's much livelier.
Absolutely. Okay. All right. So close. I guess I can go to top game speed just to get this finished. Though,
No hurry. No hurry.
well, no, what it comes to is I often have this moment where I just want to get one thing done. Oh, behold. Behold. Crude oil is flowing. Is it going to go all the way? Oh, it's happening. It's
Are you
happening.
kidding?
This is the crude oil that will serve to make plastic in the other base.
Let's,
This is
let's
this-
follow the front of it.
We're doing that.
Okay.
This has been the goal for the past week or so.
So I do have a question. When this thing gets optimized and everything is great, are you going to be a monster?
What do you mean?
I mean, now you're like getting crude oil out of things and like, you
One second.
know,
Temperature on the
it's
outside.
white there.
So it's coming out 66.5 still, going at 68.5. Okay, I was hoping that it would cool down enough here just this tiny little area, but it's not doing so. I've changed it over to radiant pipe instead to increase the speed at which this cools. So I'm going to make a quick cut here. Stop its flowing. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think it is the case that as you create your base and heat happens, certain areas of the world change temperatures. So if you create heat in the base, in this area, for instance, it will eventually melt this area. But there's no one who lives there. These are all like dead planets, and there's us. And we are the living part, and we're making a nice world for our little friends.
Nobody lives.
Nobody lives there.
That's
I mean,
that's what the Europeans thought.
that's true. No, that's actually not true. The Europeans knew that people lived here. They thought they were not using the land correctly. Namely, they were not using the land. But, yeah. Am I feeding the thermal nullifier hydrogen? I am. It is currently all... Well, almost. Okay, now it's plugged in. So, it's set up to get hydrogen when the area here goes over 22 degrees Celsius. Because I don't want to be cooling it all the time and consuming all the hydrogen. Now, with that said, this part's not done. So much more needs to get done. But, lots of radiant pipes. cooling is happening much more now, which is the goal we wanted. Yeah, there are little animals that live places, and it's definitely you move them from one area to another. Like down here, these are happy little denizens of Oilville, and we've taken some of them and put them into our own Oilville here, where they'll hang out and happily consume. Well, they should be consuming carbon dioxide. There is no carbon dioxide here, though, so they're probably starving. Gosh, they are.
Oh,
Another
they're
thing for
not
us to fix.
happy.
They will be happy. Everyone will be happy
gosh.
in Resortiverse eventually.
I think you're a monster resort.
No. Okay, so now the oil comes in at 67.3 and comes out at 47. Still not as cool as I'd like, but a lot better. Check again. 50. 50. Oh boy. Oh boy. Alright, temperature there is up to 18. I may want to get even colder here. I was planning to do 22, but I realize it's not cooling it nearly enough. So let me go and drop this to temperatures below or above 0 actually. Then cool it on down. And so temperature here is it's sending a green light, so it should be going. It's unpowered. Well. well. We're consuming too much power for the power producing that's happening here, so that needs to get fixed next time we play. But for right now, I just want to see a little oil go through the magical teleporter. And then everybody will clap. And it'll all have been worthwhile. Closer and closer it comes. We switch to the other side. It's going to come out right here. Oh, behold! We have oil on the main map. Yay! Dr. Fumbles, thanks for the follow, I appreciate it. How great is that? Because it's coming through way too hot still, I'm going to go ahead and cut this to fix it next time. Got to get more power production, got to get more lots of things, but this planet has now been, I don't want to say mastered, but moved in the right direction of mastery, and that's super swell. So, my friends, it is time for me to take off. I want to say thank you so much for hanging out today. Thank you for the kind conversation, subscriptions, the gift subscriptions, the conversation, the lurking, the spending time with us throughout the time that went past. I'll be back not tomorrow, but the day after. Tomorrow's my day off. As I said, we'll not be playing Oni next week, but we'll return to Oni before too terribly long to continue expanding and growing and making it all beautiful. For now, though, I'm going to say goodbye. Noms?
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Time for, well, not a sandwich. Time for sushi. Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Really?
Sushi o'clock. Goodbye, my friends. See you in a couple days.